The legendary Hollywood director. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601 Twilight Copyright. Please subscribe, vote. After the conditions for joint distribution are roughly agreed upon, the three companies will jointly invest 12 million yuan in the initial stage for publicity, and the subsequent investment will be determined according to the market prospects. In other words, if the movie has a profit of 1 million yuan, 200,000 yuan will be taken away by the two companies, but the copyright and overseas market will still be in the hands of Firefly. In fact, this kind of clause is far more beneficial to the producer than cooperating with the Big Six. If it were the Big Six, they would have entered the overseas market long ago. According to the statistical big data of Hollywood in 2005, the box office revenue of the studios accounted for less than 15% of the total profit. Offline markets such as TV, pay-per-view, DVD, and authorized development are where the big money can be made, and the Big Six have always charged high prices for this part of the income. Compared with the Big Six, Screen Treasures and Lionsgate are kind, and they basically do not mention too much conditions, because they do not have the strength. The next day, the three distributors formally signed the temporary joint terms. The contract stipulates that when the three companies have a project that needs to be jointly promoted through trial films, they will convene members to discuss together. Once a joint venture is needed, the three companies can send personnel and institutions to supervise the financial and resource investment. Once the project is closed, the cooperation will be automatically dissolved. The profit sharing is based on the negotiation, and the more you pay, the more you get. Of course, an additional provision is that the project provider is automatically regarded as the owner of the film copyright and is not included in the joint development clause. Firefly Pictures, Chairman's Office. Lyman hung up the call from Lyman and called Joseph in. Hurry up and urge Warner and Paramount to transfer the film funds. Once the cooperation is announced, it will not be so easy to get the money. Joseph was still clear about the joint distribution and was not surprised by Lyman's instructions. It's not easy to get the profit share of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but it's easy to get the third fund of the Lake Monster. The first two companies are both profit partners, and they are still in the honeymoon period. It is still easy to ask for money. Once there is a conflict, it will definitely be difficult to get it. This is something everyone knows. But it happened that Mr. and Mrs. Smith had only been released for less than a month, and the global box office was 487 million. Paramount had only distributed the first profit of less than 30 million to Firefly, and it still owed at least 130 million. However, it was troublesome to separate from the cinema market, and they would not settle the accounts if the film was not released. Therefore, Paramount did not deliberately owe it, but the financial transactions and tax procedures were indeed a bit more. We can get as much as we can, and we will settle the rest slowly. Anyway, we had signed an agreement, so we are not afraid that they will not pay. If the payment exceeds the time limit, we will directly send a lawyer's letter. Joseph nodded and did not ask any more questions. He immediately went out to notify the payment. After he left, Lyman leaned back in his chair, and his depressed mood finally became much more comfortable. Warner's unfair treatment basically shows the attitude of the Big Six towards partners. Even if it is a win-win situation, they will favor themselves. They will sacrifice, as they say, leaving only a little room, which also makes Lyman see clearly that cooperation will always be limited, and asking others is not as good as asking oneself. Of course, it is already good that Firefly has developed to this day. The only thing it lacks is huge funds and market foundation. Firefly is not like Lionsgate, which is crazy about acquisitions to expand its company strength. It can only continue to accumulate strength in production. In short, take your time. Everyone has come up step by step. Without decades of development, the Big Six would have been a small company, not as good as Firefly is now. As for joint distribution, Lionsgate used this trick when it acquired the First Line production under Summit Entertainment Promotion. The Twilight series completely established the pattern of being the first person under the Big Six, and it was also a method forced by the Big Six. For those studios that can make good movies, but suffer from insufficient resources, they have always been like this to expand the prospects of the film. Ding-ling-ling, Joseph just went out, and the phone in Lemon's office rang again. Lemon picked it up and listened, but it was his agent Johnson calling. Lemon, I have obtained the rights to the adaptation of the Twilight novel you mentioned. Well done. Hearing this, Lemon became more and more happy. In fact, this is just a small matter. Speaking of which, since he won the adaptation rights of Prada, Lemon has also found that there are still many hit projects in the recent novel copyrights. Twilight is one of them. Lemon asked people to collect them. Of course, he is not stupid. He did not say which novel adaptations would be popular. Instead, he asked Johnson to make a list in the library of Random House. Lemon casually crossed out more than a dozen adaptation projects that needed to be negotiated, and took over in a package, which was naturally concealed. After all, many studios will look for best-selling books on the market and hoard copyrights. Firefly has ignored this aspect. It attaches too much importance to the original script. In the original time and space, Twilight would be favored by Lionsgate to win the adaptation rights, but now with Lemon's intervention, the original author Stephanie Meyer had just finished writing Twilight and sold the single volume, and it has appeared in the top 100 best-selling novels list and was favored by Lemon. Speaking of which, the original author Stephanie was a full-time housewife before writing the book. She had no writing experience at all, but she loved to fantasize, or the pure and beautiful love of a girl, when she was free, and the result was out of control. The popularity of the Twilight series can only be said to be pure and beautiful love with a layer of supernatural power background, which makes the originally cliched bloody love more heart-wrenching. Later, someone commented, well, Twilight has the most cliched separation of life and death, with a lot of entanglements and constant and blunt conflicts, but it uses extremely plain writing to set off the girl's love, hidden under the surface. In other words, without the magical setting, without vampires and werewolves, it is just a love novel. It can only be said that the author's skills are good. He wrote love with twists and turns like ancient Greek drama, and filled the market gap of such works, so that a generation of teenagers can read it with enough sense of substitution. And writing is about substitution. No matter it is YA or rural, it will succeed if it is interesting to read. Just like Twilight has reached a very extreme romantic style, even the deliberate clichés have become the literary tension of love, hate and hatred. Therefore, as a youth novel, Twilight is still very popular among young book fans. Of course, Stephanie has not tasted the taste of the novel's popularity. It has just emerged in the market and was approached by a production company. Without much preparation, she was very happy to sell the adaptation time limit of 5 years at a price of $7 million for one book, and the subsequent sequel Firefly has the priority purchase right. At this time, the second book New Moon has just started, and Johnson has also signed in advance, still for $7 million. And buying the adaptation rights of the first 2 chapters of a best-selling novel for $14 million is actually a bit of a bargain. At least Lionsgate's cost for the entire copyright is definitely not less than $50 million. But Lemon's market vision is one step ahead of others. It can naturally save a lot of money to get the novel before it becomes popular. As for whether the original author will feel that it is a disadvantage, it is not the responsibility of Firefly. It's a business deal. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. There is no coercion, so how can there be a right to regret after the copyright is sold? Otherwise, Marvel would have taken back the authorization of the X-Men series and Spider-Man long ago. The only thing that makes Lemon feel guilty is whether Lionsgate in the previous life can still rise like that. After all, the market potential of Twilight is too high, which has brought Lionsgate absolute market support and strengthened their confidence in distribution. In the original time and space, the operation of the project with a total series of up to $2.5 billion is the most powerful pillar of the company. Of course, Lemon is not in a hurry to develop this series now, because the sales of the novels have not reached the peak, and the accumulated book fans are definitely not enough. waiting for another year when the book market of the novel itself has been developed to a certain extent, and then cooperating with the movie to set off a new round of market boom is the most suitable means of operation. Warner, Barry Mears' private office. The matter of joint distribution cannot be hidden from these people. A little investigation can reveal most of it. Of course, the resistance of Firefly made these vested interests very dissatisfied. In their view, giving some meat as a reward was a very peaceful approach, but some people just didn't accept it. Soon, Paramount and Warner's financial division of Firefly slowed down instantly. The cooperation that was originally not shirked suddenly had a lot of repeated reasons and excuses. DreamWorks had also suffered from this trick. If a studio's capital chain flow has problems, it will inevitably drag down the company's development. It is a very effective means of restriction. Chapter 602, Unexpected Disaster. Please subscribe and vote. The three distributors worked very hard to promote Prada. Or in other words, for the sake of temporary common interests and performance, the senior executives of the three companies personally led the team to formulate corresponding publicity plans online and offline, and to build momentum before the release of the film on a large scale. Generally speaking, the practice in Hollywood is that the publicity and distribution costs will account for half of the production costs. The production cost of Prada is $40 million, and the initial investment has reached $12 million. It must be said that everyone still attaches great importance to it. We are confident that we can win this battle. Compared with the middle and lower commercial productions, the publicity cost of $12 million is very high. At this time, the publicity of Hollywood's first-line blockbusters rarely exceeds $70 million, unlike the later generations, that often cost $100 million. Such a handmade publicity still gives people a very obvious intuitive effect. The advertisements of Prada soon appeared everywhere in public places with high traffic, as well as the posters and bulletin boards of theaters and the front pages of internet portals. However, just as Prada was carrying out its publicity offensive, some resistance soon emerged. Paramount thought this was a sign of a breakdown in the relationship. Having suffered a loss, they took it seriously and wanted to teach Firefly a lesson. Of course, Paramount didn't think it was a big deal. If they didn't force it, it would give people the impression that they were easy to bully. After all, it stands to reason that Firefly should have obeyed the rules after being warned. The entrance of the Firefly Pictures building was very lively today. A large group of media people with a keen sense of smell were waiting on the spot, hoping to capture the first-hand exclusive news. Unfortunately, Joseph, the CEO of the company who was conscientious and never late, just drove over and was blocked by reporters. They couldn't get in or out, and they were surrounded. The reporters were also excited and swore not to give up until they were given an interview. Why? The cooperation between an emerging independent studio and two top media groups broke down. How much can be reported here? They are all green Franklin. Reporters rushed to speak, and the scene was in chaos. No one knew that revenge would come so quickly. Is Firefly no longer cooperating with Warner and Paramount? You used to cooperate with each other quite happily. What exactly caused the conflict to escalate? No, the conflict has never intensified. Joseph immediately refuted, forcing the parties to speak. Even in the car, the reporters were quite excited. Is it because of the inequality of interests? Why did the distributor of Prada no longer choose a better platform, but chose a more troublesome joint promotion? Have you ever thought about continuing to deal with them in the future? If Firefly's film projects no longer cooperate with the Big Six, have you ever thought about losing a large part of its overseas interests? Is it worth it? Joseph was helpless and emphasized again, it's just a misunderstanding for a while. Firefly's film and television projects have always been popular, and there will never be a shortage of partners. Amid the commotion, the relevant news has already been reported by the media. Some speculated that a certain studio wanted to acquire Firefly and deliberately suppressed it. Some said that Firefly was greedy as soon as its performance was good, and the customer was bullying, so the cooperation broke down. Some said that Firefly's development was too good, and it aroused envy, so they were wary of it becoming too big. In short, the media is a thing that attracts attention in any way possible, so that many passers-by can't tell right from wrong, and just eat melons in peace. However, movie fans just listen to what the studios say, and most people don't care about off-site topics at all. They are still thinking about whether there are good movies to watch in the theater. After all, discussing movies or celebrities is obviously much more interesting. As for people in the industry, they are all very rational. It is clearly an unfair distribution of benefits, and they don't want to see too many similar things. It can be said that second tier and below second tier studios generally have sympathy for Firefly. Anyway, if a film company wants to grow bigger, it will inevitably go through this. Either bow your head, or be a quiet, or be an honest producer, and don't participate in distribution. Everyone is used to at 20th Century Fox headquarters. The chairman's assistant walked quickly into Murdoch's office to report the relevant news. Boss, Paramount asked us to cooperate with the media to suppress Firefly and related movies. Rupert Murdoch controls the most newspaper resources. If he is willing to take action in this matter, the wind direction will be almost irreversible. However, when he heard this, he laughed and said, "This Lemon is really a talent. But let's forget about the smear. We don't have any dealings with him. Why waste resources and energy? Then do you want to contact him now?" Firefly's relationship with Warner and Paramount has become strained, and its film and television projects are opportunities to start with. No. Rupert Murdoch shook his head and said, "For those who don't want to suffer losses, what's the harm of having one more Fox? When he suffers, he will naturally think of a way, and we don't need to do it deliberately. Besides, they all want to suppress it, and Fox doesn't need to confront them. Besides, if we cooperate with Firefly, we will still have difficulties in scheduling films. Are we willing to sacrifice our own interests all the time? Then we just watch. Well, wait. Things will be resolved soon." Although the Big Six always speak in unison to the outside world, their internal conflicts are actually very bad. While Warner and Paramount tacitly spent resources and money to discuss Firefly, the remaining MGM, Fox, Columbia and Universal were happy to watch the two sides fight each other, and even had the idea of picking up leaks and preparing to dig into the corners. Of course, business is business. Warner and Paramount did not do things to the extreme and never publicly stated the so-called breakdown of the relationship. Perhaps they were still thinking that they would take a step back after the matter was over and regain friendship. But the development of the situation was really unexpected. After Prada was scheduled for Valentine's Day in mid-February, the works in the same period included MGM's comedy suspense film Pink Panther, Disney's animal drama 08 Degrees, Universal's parent-child animation Curious George, New Line's horror theme Final Destination third part and Warner's low-cost drama film Firewall. No matter how you look at it, Prada is the biggest one. But in terms of media opinion, the wind direction is deliberately belittling Prada. The focus of the joint promotion is Anne Hathaway, and all the negative information about her has emerged. No one will believe that no one is playing tricks. Or, if a movie star is suddenly exposed to so many negative information, there must be someone behind the scenes. Why? As the saying goes, the beginning is a picture, and the content is all made up. Those who eat this bowl of rice in front of the stage cannot be without negative information. The years when Tom Cruise was most criticized happened to be because of the conflict with Paramount in the Mission Impossible series, and publicly stated that the launch of the sequel was delayed indefinitely. Sometimes, it is easy to follow the crowd to set the tone. People say that she is bad, so subconsciously, everything she does is wrong. Working hard to act is called a show. Not being a big star is called deliberate, and smiling often to fans will also be called too bitchy. Even her life in this world is hypocritical everywhere. Can anyone really live so hard? It's just a deliberate interpretation. If you are in the entertainment industry, you can criticize anything if you want to. Compared to most actors with problematic personalities, Anne Hathaway is already one of the best. At least she doesn't have any major problems to blame. Can one word too pretentious really summarize everything about her? You know, the years when Anne was criticized the most for being a White Lotus happened to be because her press release for Les Miserables was overshadowed by a certain milk girl who was crazy about selling her big sister's personality when she competed for the Oscars, and she was successfully led by the role's hair color. Therefore, the quarrels between female stars are even more interesting than palace fighting dramas. It is recommended to understand the history of the big cousin's rise to power and why the media always compares Anne, who was an absolute first-line actress at the time, to highlight the so-called straightforward character. If you are really straightforward, don't say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Of course, at this time, the media had not caught Anne's deliberate image maintenance and talked about things, and they were all hyping up her love history, or some small star jumped out to say some so-called real evaluations. This routine has been played until later generations. It's just that the fight between several parties has affected the innocent. Obviously, they were all aiming to suppress the popularity of Prada, but the one who got the most attention was Anne, who played the female lead. If she didn't suffer, who would? It's an unprovoked disaster. Chapter 603 The Charm of Prada, Subscriptions, and Votes Requested. There are too many stars who disappeared silently after shining, like shooting stars, because of scandals or bad public impressions. Therefore, Anne Hathaway has been very upset recently. For Anne, who works hard to maintain her image, and will actively spend money to suppress the news of a nude scene, because the movie is not popular enough, it is very frustrating to be smeared for no reason. Of course, this trick is very useful for celebrities, but it can only have a very limited impact on Lyman and others behind the scenes. Even Lionsgate and Screen Treasures don't care. It's not that they don't care. The publicity department got together and discussed how to break the deadlock. According to Lyman, the movie is a female-led type. After the audience has a foundation of understanding and liking it, they will directly create a feminist persona for Anne, and any storm will pass. Don't you see that in the future, if female stars don't express their stance on feminism, it will be difficult for them to get along with the audience. As for whether they are real feminists or fake feminists, it doesn't matter. The audience just needs to believe that you are a real feminist. And feminism is the best umbrella for female stars. As long as any problem is related to feminism, and then a press release is issued, it can be whitewashed. After Lyman and others understood the other party's tactics, they continued to respond to the situation. In the office, Lyman discussed with Joseph, since they have already taken action, we cannot completely suppress the smear, so we can also show a little attitude in the cooperation of the TV series. Joseph on the opposite side was silent for a moment when he heard what Lyman said, but the majority of the project is from German film and television companies such as Constantine and several French partners. If we stop the development of the project, we will lose a lot of money. It's not to stop. The current filming will continue, but the production of the sequel can deliberately spread the wind, saying that the project has changed, and it may not be broadcast once a year. This is fine, as long as we don't take the initiative to tear up the contract and flexibly delay the production. I believe those people can't do anything to us. Moreover, HBO will definitely not sit idly by. Television stations and production studios have different business management. Joseph smiled slightly. Firefly is also happy to watch the jokes of provoking the internal conflicts and board pressures of Warner. Although this method is not very useful, it is disgusting enough. After all, there are several parties who signed the contract. Firefly is not responsible for one party, so it is impossible not to shoot. In the bustle, time came to February 14th, Valentine's Day. For couples, this is a day to show their love, while for some single movie fans, they only look forward to the release of Prada. Yes, Prada has started to open midnight screenings in some theaters. The Chinese theater, which was falling in the dusk, also welcomed the premiere of the film again. Due to the sufficient publicity and hype, the base of the audience was quite good with the popularity of the film. After walking the red carpet and passing the pre-screening interview session, the guests found a good seat and sat down. The center of public opinion of the film, Anna Wintour, was dressed in Prada and brought her new assistant to attend. Of course, the author Lauren Weisberg was the most dissatisfied with this matter. Anna's arrival made her angry but helpless. She was a smart person and understood that this was not the place for her to show her temper. Moreover, compared with the outside media's pessimism and deliberate smear campaign, people in the fashion industry are paying unusual attention to this film. After all, if the film can really achieve good box office results, Prada's full sponsorship can be said to be a huge profit, and it will also be a very successful attempt at brand embedding cooperation. Even if the box office of the film is not ideal, Anne is beautiful enough in it, which is not bad. Anne has become Prada's brand spokesperson. With mutual promotion, Prada may really make a lot of money. In the screening room, the lights gradually dimmed. As usual, when the blue butterfly cutscene of Firefly disappears, the movie officially begins. The screen went black, and then quickly lit up again. A slender arm wiped away the hazy mist on the mirror, and a face without makeup appeared on the big screen. Looking at the face in the mirror with a few pimples for some reason, Andy, played by Anne Hathaway, checked it with her hand, and felt that there was no big problem, so she gave up. The girl seemed very worried. After taking 2 deep breaths, she looked at herself in the mirror with a firm gaze, and said to herself, "Come on, Andy, you will definitely pass the interview." Obviously, the role played by Anne is a new employee who is about to be interviewed. Seeing this scene, there was a slight surprise in the cinema. Whether it was the guests or the ordinary audience sitting in the cinema, before seeing the movie, they had never thought that Anne Hathaway, who had been active on the screen with her beautiful and youthful image since her debut, would have such a great sacrifice. Not only did she appear without makeup, but she also deliberately made herself ugly. It was really tragic. She is like a different person. Is this still Anne? The audience has not recovered from the surprise, but the critics who think the subject matter is cliched have perked up. There is no other reason. It is indeed the appearance of the heroine that surprised them. After the protagonist appeared, the plot continued to advance. With the relaxing background music, a large panoramic shot of New York streets quickly switched, and then took the opportunity to the Vogue magazine building next to Central Park. Inside, one after another, beautiful women dressed in fashionable clothes were selecting various luxurious single-season clothes, which instantly caught the attention of most female audiences. Chanel shoes, Balenciaga's latest bags, Prada's classic items. The sudden appearance of many rare luxury brands made the audiences who were interested in this very excited. In a more professional way, they were simply fascinated and wanted to own them all. Of course, for some people who were not interested, this shot was meaningless. It was just a show, and the shooting method was like a clerk in a clothing store guiding people to buy clothes. Then, the camera turned, and Andy still looked ordinary and unkempt, a high-necked shirt, a tweed jacket, and her hair was simply tied behind her ears, and then she stepped into the building. After the previous comparison, she seemed particularly out of place. So, when Andy walked through the corridor and headed towards the editor-in-chief's office, the employees passing by would stop and look at her with a knowing smile. Perhaps, this place had never seen such a young woman who didn't care about dressing up in the future. Okay, I was Miranda's second assistant. Emily's character led Andy and constantly introduced the basic situation, so that the audience could also understand the internal ecology of the magazine. Then, there was Miranda's harsh criticism and Andy's rather wise counterattack. In the first confrontation between the two, one had a rustic but well-organized answer, and the other had a strong aura but showed curiosity. In this way, because of the editor-in-chief's curiosity, Andy successfully entered the magazine as an assistant, while successfully whetting the audience's appetite. What kind of changes would Andy have when he entered such a place to work? The following plot did not disappoint the audience. A stressful working environment, a picky and mean, completely perfectionist boss Miranda, and some employees who were not dealt with. At the beginning, because she didn't understand, Andy suffered a lot, and she didn't compromise with her stubborn nature. Instead, she kept adapting to the work and gradually became handy. Seeing this, many viewers have subconsciously accepted Andy, even though she still hasn't completed the transformation and looks mediocre. Moreover, they already had a premonition that Andy would turn into a phoenix, because Andy was being baptized by fashion culture, and the company would receive many luxury new products as gifts. This is also their job. Under the warm light, Andy strolled in the hall full of gorgeous clothes, like a dream. She wore a light golden curly long hair, delicate and decent makeup, over-the-knee boots, and a Prada short skirt with a sense of design. In the soft lens and the high-end atmosphere, Andy revealed exquisiteness from head to toe. If the role had not changed, compared with the image in the first half, the audience would hardly recognize that these were two faces of the same actor. But the saying is very true, there are no ugly girls, only lazy girls. It was not until then that Anne's elegant and cold aura was fully unfolded. The audience stared with eyes wide open to admire Anne's beauty, unwilling to miss a second. Chapter 604. Please, subscribe, vote. If a film is to be a hit, it must fully consider the audience's viewing experience. Therefore, the pretty woman scene is the most exciting plot design. After Anne's unhappy integration into the workplace, a series of dazzling dress-changing shows made the gorgeously dressed heroine constantly harvest the mixed gazes of surprise, bitterness, and appreciation from passers-by and colleagues. So beautiful. Dazzling. I'm going to be fascinated by Annie, if I can be like her. Most fans at the scene did not hide their admiration, and compared to the audience's very real thoughts, after the initial surprise, people in the fashion circle were extremely satisfied. If the whole film is regarded as a brand sponsorship, then this segment is the most essential advertising core, and the visual effect it presents is simply outstanding. The effect is amazing. Indeed, on the big screen, Andy's expression and elegant posture when she looked around after walking out of the elevator all truly promoted the concept of clothes make the man, which is highly respected by luxury merchants. Then, the rest of the plot continued to fall into normality. Workplace conflicts, bosses' difficulties, Andy resolved them one by one, and finally woke up and realized that his favorite job was not fashion, but being a reporter. In the autumn of New York, the scene of yellow leaves falling in Central Park brought an indescribable intoxicating beauty. Andy changed back to a very ordinary dress and welcomed a new life. This ending is quite pleasing, isn't it? But this is Prada, telling a very pleasing story, not sharply criticizing anything, but it can win a large number of female markets. When the end credits slowly rose with a relaxing soundtrack, the audience in the screening room smiled and applauded. It was first suppressed and then praised, and it was full of Cinderella's routines. How could it not please people? This method of grabbing the audience's mind would have no reason not to succeed. How much do you think we can get in the midnight box office? When welcoming the guests full of congratulations, Anne Hathaway couldn't help but whispered to her agent. She really felt insecure because of being hacked recently, and she was afraid that her acting career would plummet. Therefore, even though the atmosphere was very good and there was a hunch that the movie would be a success, there was still some anxiety in his tone. You made a good movie, Annie, and you performed very well. The agent, who had a lot of experience and a high vision, was obviously much calmer than Annie. He replied with a smile. Now, enjoy its success. This was not an encouraging consolation, but a surprise from the heart of this senior person. Why? Because the role of ugly, which makes all Hollywood female actors dare not try easily, makes this film so perfect and full of contrast. Whether it is to shape the character through ugly, or to show the most radiant side of Annie after the transformation, the movie Prada is really tailor-made for all actresses who rely on beauty to make a living, but suffer from the limitation of their acting career. After all, the sacrifice of ugly can bring many positive comments to Annie from the film critics, and because there is almost no loss after ugly, it has become a great career booster. How can Annie's agent not be happy? He even felt that it was the right decision to take a step back and reduce the salary to get the role in the initial audition. Prada can change the chaotic situation of Anne Hathaway's career, which has reached a bottleneck. It is conceivable that, as long as this movie is a big hit, Anne's reputation among fans will soar. With the passerby's popularity and box office qualifications as a guarantee, will it be difficult to strive for high salaries and negotiate more advertising endorsements to reap high profits? Fame and wealth have always been complementary. John Feller and Anne's agent on the side have different perspectives on the movie, but their feelings are similar. They are both happy about the potential shown by Prada. Amidst the laughter, the crowd watching the midnight show in another place also had a passionate discussion after watching Prada. It's not that they are discussing the plot or the controversy of the characters, although there are such topics, but most of the female audiences are talking about Andy's gorgeous dress in the play. For them, following the map in the same dress style is even more important. Who doesn't have a heart of beauty? Therefore, the general idea of female audiences is that one viewing is not enough. They only know to pay attention to the plot, but they don't understand many beautiful costumes. This is one of the reasons why Prada has become a hit. Many female fans went to the theater to watch it for the second time, or even the third and fourth time, after watching it for the first time. In short, it was not until the credits were all played and the female audience knew the list of some sponsors that they got up and left. For these people who left the theater, the most common words to evaluate the movie were cool, beautiful shots. To be honest, the plot of Prada does not focus on love, nor does it have much family affection. In terms of emotions, it is not a very heartwarming story, but the reason why it can attract audiences to form a viewing craze, and the box office is higher than similar female-themed works Legally Blonde and Bridget Jones's Diary, is because the female characters around the fashion circle are cooler than each other. Cool in luxury, cool in fashion-leading styling, cool in the independent female stance. None of the main characters are inferior to men, and none of them live on men. They all rely entirely on their own talents to obtain social status and wealth, and each of them is quite independent and self-reliant. How can this setting of female characters not attract female fans? Not to mention the warm-toned lighting throughout, which really makes the lens look rich and beautiful. This is completely different from the original story. Some book fans also discussed with each other after watching the movie. I think it's better than the novel. Andy in the second half has an indescribable charm, which is very cool. These book fans did not think that some changes in the movie were wrong. After all, whether it is a novel or a movie, it is ultimately telling a fictional story. Since it is fictional, how much controversy is there? Having said that, as long as the movie is enough to satisfy most of the audience, who would care whether it really perfectly respects the original work? Harry Potter, The Magic Kingdom of Narnia and Forrest Gump are not copied from the original work, but all have their own unique charm. Several book fans nodded in approval, and one of them said, "I want to watch it a few more times. Do you want to go? Count me in." I originally wanted to support the original novel, but I didn't expect the movie to be so wonderful. One viewing is not enough to know all the details, especially Enda's outfit at the Paris Fashion Week. Does anyone know what style those cool Martin boots she wore are? Where can I buy them? Most of the audiences who can support the midnight show are the kind of group with extremely strong purchasing power. It is common for them to pay close attention to movie peripherals, not to mention liking a certain outfit and wanting to spend money to buy it. Prada's sponsorship has provided considerable convenience. It's a real pleasure to watch those fashionable dresses in the movie. Miranda's performance is also very sharp. If you have seen The Bridges of Madison County, you will know how wonderful Meryl's performance is. She has a strong aura. Who plays Emily? I see that she rarely loses to Meryl in the play, but the character is annoying and calculating. Do you remember the brand of the white coat that Andy changed into in the film? I really love that coat. As the discussion in the theater lingered for a long time, it also represented how hot the audience's momentum was after the screening of Prada. This also made Screen Treasures and Lionsgate put more energy into creating momentum and promotion, making the public opinion expectations of this movie more outstanding among passers-by. In fact, during the Valentine's Day period, it is indeed necessary to have a theme that can be accepted by both men and women to provide the best opportunity for dating. The respect for women in Prada is undoubtedly the most suitable among them. Although it was screened a few months earlier than the original, Lyman believes that the feedback from the film market will not disappoint, especially after witnessing the audience's enthusiasm for the movie after the premiere. Lyman felt more confident. He knew that he had made the right move. Chapter 605. 17.62 million on the first day. Please subscribe and vote. Firewall opened in 1,206 theaters on its first day, Curious George in 1,748, and Final Destination was expected to open in 2,303 theaters, but none of them could match Prada, which was jointly released by the three theaters. Prada opened in 3,050 theaters on its first day, making it the highest ranking film on Valentine's Day. When the sun was shining the next day, Lyman learned from Lyman about the results of the midnight show. 4.78 million. After rushing to Firefly Pictures, John Feller also called to congratulate him with a joyful tone. Prada's media review is as high as 8.1 points, and the film's reputation has been preserved. Well, we will continue to build momentum and promote it again by seizing Anne Hathaway's feminist stance, which will attract more female audiences to the theater. Moreover, the competition in this period is not fierce, and Prada can definitely seize the largest market share and achieve consecutive championships. After talking to each other, Lyman was in a good mood and took the newspapers and magazines prepared by his assistant to read through them carefully. These media reports, except for those whose sponsors are Warner or Paramount, did not say much good things, but most of them were quite fair in their evaluations, and even those who received red envelopes would praise it. It has maintained a good reputation in media reviews. The Chicago Morning Post praised in its column, Prada spends a lot of time and effort to depict 3 female characters, creating different independent female images. It is hard to imagine that such a workplace theme can produce such social understanding. The film is full of wisdom and its stance is practical and pertinent. Boston Globe: the gorgeous clothes and outstanding use of fashion element make this workplace drama more attractive. Hollywood Chronicle particularly praised the heroine Anne Hathaway. She changed her past beautiful role image and was willing to sacrifice herself to be ugly. It must be said that such an actress is worth looking forward to in the future. Lyman browsed these media reviews, whether they were praise or criticism. He didn't pay much attention to them. At this moment, only the real-time box office results and the internal reputation of the audience need to be paid special attention and guidance. Moreover, Anne Hathaway's feminist personality is actually very suggestive compared to the film, which is the most important direction of the next marketing campaign. As long as this personality is hyped up, the previous news that slandered Anne can be easily turned over. Hollywood, it is time to know clearly what the prospects of the female market are. After discussing some details in the publicity and release, Lyman and Lyman began to be busy. After the distribution strategy was slightly adjusted, Anne's image also attracted more and more people's attention. The so-called feminist style actually has a large market in this period of time. After Anne got involved, she quickly became the focus of media debate. Therefore, the preview word of mouth from the midnight show began with Prada, which was released on February 14th. Its screening momentum was unsurprisingly overwhelming a number of new films. After all, even if these films did not encounter Prada, they did not set off any screening waves. Therefore, when the film's first day performance of $17.62 million was reported, Warner and Paramount were in a very bad mood. $17.62 million compared to the number of 30-50 screens is not very high, and even for some big works, it can be said to be quite unsatisfactory. However, the initial cost of Prada was less than $43 million, and the first day's result of $17.62 million was already a very good box office harvest. In particular, Prada is not a high-cost blockbuster. Although the marketing efforts are strong, it is only compared with the cost. Such results are enough to show that the film's screening potential in North America is not a problem. After all, the first day was nearly 17 million, and it was not a rest day like Saturday and Sunday. Breaking 200 million in North America is already a very conservative estimate. Moreover, it is natural that the daily box office champion was easily won by Prada. Thinking more deeply, the February schedule is not really popular, and the audience base is limited. From this point of view, the box office results of Prada are still quite impressive, especially compared to the second to 10th place, which is less than 40 million in total. Prada's results are even more outstanding. If the first day box office was not enough to reflect the popularity of Prada, on Saturday and Sunday, the box office continued to rise, earning 19.87 million and 21.65 million respectively. After 6 days of screening, the total accumulated in the first week was 89.82 million, which successfully ranked first in the North American weekly box office rankings, February 13th to February 20th. Moreover, the box office results of several other films screened next to Prada were almost not even half of what they had. Doesn't this show that the film has enough potential for screening? In the second week, the film successfully broke through the first box office threshold. North America broke 100 million. On Monday, February 21st, the film earned 10.53 million again. Of course, such a decline is normal and benign. and because of the huge influence of Prada among female movie fans, the attendance rate of the theater in the second week remained quite good, and the number of viewers who chose to watch it multiple times was always not low. Outside a theater on the Burbank Commercial Promenade, Lyman and John Filmer stood aside, watching the large crowds of audiences coming in and out with interest. After watching for a while, John Phelan said enviously, "The reputation of the Passabez film is good, and the attendance rate in the second week is also acceptable. The final result can't be bad." Lyman sighed and said, "It's a pity that it's the off-season, otherwise there will be more moviegoers. The summer season is not something that small studios like us can fight for. Now we can get more than 3,000 theaters. In the summer season, we will be happy to get 1,000 theaters." John Phelan joked. In fact, it's not a joke, and it can even be said to be a little sad. But the current situation in Hollywood is indeed like this. Non-top media groups are competing for markets that others don't value. After all, if Warner really attaches importance to the Valentine's Day period, it will not release movies like Firewall that are very niche and have no potential for screening. They can compete with better projects. They don't do this, isn't it because they don't value it? After all, in their minds, slightly better projects will not be pushed into theaters in a random time period. However, despite saying so, Lyman was still quite satisfied. Even if the total box office of the movie could not reach the height of the previous life, the profit would definitely be more than that of the 6 major distributors. Moreover, although February is the off-season, it can have the most theater resources. If the accumulated movies of this level can still have a good reputation among the audience, the box office will not necessarily be low. After all, no matter how good the summer vacation and Christmas are, the competition pressure is also great. Unlike now, it has been screened for the second week, and no rival can pose a threat to Prada, and there will be no rivals even in the third week. It can be said that the easy consecutive championships have accumulated extremely generous market benefits. When the movie attendance rate is less than 30%, the promotion will stop. John Filmer said again, "Let's do it according to the rules." Lyman said indifferently, "If the attendance rate is low, there is no reason to invest more money. The three of us are jointly promoting and distributing, and we should maximize the benefits. This is actually a means for the joint promotion to protect the market. If there is a problem with the movie and the market suddenly collapses, you should stop the loss in time. Otherwise, who would follow you if you know that you will not make much money if you continue to promote it? In the final analysis, everything is a struggle for interests. If the big 6 were not overbearing, how could the independent studios establish their own mountains? If joint promotion and distribution cannot make money, who would work together? Lionsgate is willing to sacrifice its own projects to consider the overall situation and promote Prada. Is it really because they are a group of philanthropists? It is because Prada can make too much money, earning more than $1,000 a day, which is much higher than the pitiful millions of their own projects. How can they not be dedicated? And once Prada can no longer maintain this profit margin, after 2 or 3 weeks, the project's potential has been consumed by half, and it is natural to consider promoting its own projects. Because at that time, the profit margins are about the same, so there is no need to share. John Filmer came here to discuss the dissolution of the joint action. After all, everyone comes together to make money together. When it is difficult to make a lot of money, they must follow what they agreed to at the beginning and part ways amicably, waiting for the next opportunity to cooperate. Lyman also understands this very well. Chapter 606 Actors' Instinct, Subscriptions, Votes. As time went by, the following Monday, Prada again earned $48.64 million, with a total of $135.2 million in North America. This result, and the fact that the decline in the second week was only 40%, was already rare in the off-season when there were not many good films, and it was natural that it became the box office champion of the week. Just as people in the industry were looking at Firefly and seeing that it had produced another good film, Jessica Alba was in an unusually bad mood in a mansion in Beverly Hills. Moreover, she didn't know that she was just a tool to lower the price, and she thought that she was not selected for some reason, and failed to seize the opportunity to star in Prada. Sometimes, not getting it is not unacceptable, but having hope, but still missing it is. In fact, Hollywood actresses of the right age are like seeing each other every time they look up or down, and the audition invitations are basically overlapping. When an actor embarks on this path, the perspective of looking at movies is a little different. When watching a wonderful film, the audience will only admire or feel satisfied, but the actors will wonder if they will get the same cheers and achievements if they play the role. Therefore, when Jessica saw the potential of Prada, a medium to low level project with such market performance, she inevitably got stuck in a dead end, envious and even jealous, blaming Anne Hathaway for getting all this. If I were to play it, would the effect be better? This question kept appearing in Jessica's mind, especially as the box office of the film increased day by day, and the popularity increased day by day, until it attracted a lot of praise from fans. These soon seriously affected Jessica's mood. The better the performance of Prada, the worse her mood. After all, Jessica believed that she could handle such a role that did not require much acting skills. Besides, isn't it just playing ugly? I can do it too. Jessica thought angrily. Can I get a fair and positive evaluation from film critics in this way? It's too easy to get. But they didn't expect that if they couldn't play ugly, it would really ruin their career, especially since they are beautiful. However, actors do need some roles that are memorable enough, the kind that is hard to forget for more than 10 years, some kind of iconic screen classics. Many times, the audience builds these impressions and thus imprints a shadow of a movie star in their hearts, so that the audience will have a unique memory of this person, one of the thousands of actors. After starring in Sin City, Jessica enjoyed many hidden benefits and understood the great power of a classic screen image to an actor's career. Obviously, Andy in Prada is such a role that will benefit the audience for life. She is so charming that she will leave a deep enough impression on the audience. Her growth, transformation and strength will inevitably become the existence that the audience will talk about with relish. If the box office is high, but the actor is just a background board or a soy sauce from beginning to end, do you think Jessica will blame it? Of course not. She is not so arrogant that she thinks Hollywood can't make a hit movie without her. However, Andy really made her regret, and she was quite upset. She had a good image and was suitable. For a girl like her who was very confident in her appearance, to some extent, it was a real miss. In comparison, Anne Hathaway was the one who was favored by the goddess of luck. She had already got two extremely outstanding roles in The Princess Diaries and Prada, and both were big hits. How could she not be jealous? Jessica sat down in front of the computer with a rather uneasy mood, holding the mouse and clicking on several box office websites she often paid attention to. Of course, IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes must not be missed, because these two are authoritative enough and are increasingly becoming indicators for measuring the quality of a movie. On Monday, February 27th, Prada closed at 4.38 million. The first thing to pay attention to was the real-time box office. After the third week, the movie was still able to maintain a good single-day harvest. Jessica just browsed the relevant news aimlessly, and her expression became more and more annoyed. The decline was normal, and the performance increased steadily. Breaking 200 million was really not a big problem. In this way, Jessica could almost imagine that the salary of this lucky girl who was not much different in age would rise to a higher level again, and her box office appeal would increase greatly, and her popularity among passers-by would become more outstanding. Then she clicked on Rotten Tomatoes and easily found the name of Prada on the home page and clicked on the detailed page of the work 87% freshness. It was really dazzling to see that it could maintain such a number in the third week. What was even more annoying was that the film review score included was also 6.5 for a movie with insufficient story depth. 6.5 is definitely a qualified commercial work. Clicking on IMDb again, the audience score was more positive, and the general score was stable at 7.0 points, although with the subsequent influx of moviegoers, this score still has room to decline. But according to general rules, the final number of Prada will not fall below 6.8, which is already the highest score of workplace movies. After reading a few audience comments, many people mentioned their dissatisfaction with the mediocre and pale plot, while those who gave high scores focused on praising the role of Andy. Jessica knew that she had fallen into a bad mood. She was obviously angry when she saw these things, but she was still very obstinate. It was nothing but regret and unwillingness After turning off the computer, Jessica stood up and paced back and forth for a while, but she couldn't help but yell, "Damn Anne Hathaway, fuck." However, Prada has already gained momentum. On the star-ranking traffic search list on IMDb, Anne Hathaway, who has been hovering around the 20th female star for many years, has risen to the top 1 position like a rocket, and with the continuous screening of Prada, she has firmly occupied the top position. Meryl followed closely and occupied the top 2. Even Emily, a newcomer on the list, jumped into the top 50. As for the online public relations that Firefly is responsible for, many social media and portals have made concerted efforts, making topics such as Prada sponsors new fashion products and Anders' detailed outfit the latest hot topics for discussion. As for search traffic, Prada, as a brand, easily made it to the hot search list, and the search index exploded. All of this tells the film industry that Firefly has once again dominated a hit, and it can also become a typical film of brand linkage. For this reason, Prada shareholders called to thank Firefly. Relying on Prada, the sales of new clothing products in this quarter soared. The one who benefited the most from this, in addition to the capital, is of course Anne Hathaway. The huge sales of Prada have made this actress's global fame soar again, and she has also received praise from many film critics. This is something she couldn't get, even when she starred in niche art films, but because of her ugly performance, she got a return far more than she paid. Of course, in 2004, Charlize Theron won the Oscar for Best Actress with a disfigured performance in Monster, and Anne's ugly performance did not get as much as Charlize Theron. This also shows that Hollywood has such an implicit rule: it is much more difficult for people with good appearance to get fair honors than others, but they will also be greatly respected for sacrificing their appearance. The same is true for the future Leo. Now, Anne Hathaway has truly felt what Lyman said: you will know how much benefit the director David's design of your early image will bring you. Yes, benefits. All kinds of hidden benefits after the rise of fame. For example, as long as Anne Hathaway is willing, she will become the object of all film producers to pursue her, and become the first candidate for the heroine of most first-line projects. This is a common routine of Hollywood, chasing ups and downs. And this is only as long as Anne herself is willing to do so. But obviously, Anne has a good agent, and she is calm enough not to be dazzled by the temporary pursuit. Chasing ups and downs. How can you only see the rise, and not the crisis? Believe it or not, as long as a blockbuster fails, all the snowflake film contracts in front of you will really fall like snowflakes, but will disappear very quickly. Without any hesitation, Anne herself is very cautious about film contracts. After all, there are too many examples to refer to the consequences of taking films without considering the quality. If Lyman hadn't pulled Cage along in this life, the title of the King of Bad Movies would have been given to the former Oscar winner and the top star of the 20 Million Club. That is the bitter fruit of indulgence. From the clouds to the ground, it was just a failure. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, Give Up. Please subscribe and vote. The bright prospects of Prada are there, and some obstacles are easily overcome. In the chairman's office of the Firefly headquarters building, Joseph walked in happily and sat down on the sofa opposite Lyman. At this time, two people have come to the office. Ryan and Lyman are here, and they gathered together naturally to discuss the follow-up response measures for this small storm. You know, the previous inexplicable smearing and the project profit arrears are still remembered. Although it is unwise to waste money to set the pace, because of the popularity of Prada, the suppression of the 6 major companies is still there. Ryan, can you tell me about the recent situation first? Lyman asked. Paramount and Warner have stopped, and the profit arrears are also a small trouble. The slightly interesting thing is that HBO and WB stations want to promote continued cooperation. Well, this is as it should be. The dirty things between the studios have affected the TV stations. I guess they don't want to see it. Liam said with some laughter. Don't give in yet. Let's see what happens next. This is just a dispute over interests. We didn't go too far. Lemon frowned and said, "How are Lionsgate and Screen Gems going?" Liam took out a document and said, "According to the theater attendance and box office trends in the past few days, Prada will still be in a steady decline in the remaining 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, the number of screens will be further reduced, and there will be no need for joint publicity and promotion. We'll settle the accounts then." The financial personnel we entrusted had preliminarily calculated the profits of the film. The two companies can take away about $23 million in North American box office revenue and more than $17 million in offline peripherals from this cooperation. Not bad. Although they have made a lot of profit, it is better than always being highly dependent on the big six. In short, the profits will be settled immediately after the movie is off the shelves. Then, things here are left to you. The crew of No Country for Old Men in New Mexico is still waiting for me. The competition between the Big Six and Firefly has not escalated to a very serious level. After seeing the excellent market performance of Prada after its release, Paramount and Warner did not waste their efforts. You know, their essence is to coexist peacefully and cooperate for win-win with Firefly. After all, there are so many studios, and no one wants to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs and suppress them at will, as long as they do not infringe on the core interests of the Big Six. On the other hand, the Big Six do have too many internal factions. Without external enemies, they will fight among themselves first. Not to mention that a media group does not rely only on the business produced by the studio. As a small counterattack, after Joseph slightly revealed that the filming of Prison Break and The Walking Dead might be delayed, the two TV stations immediately became restless. After all, if they did not taste the benefits brought by these two projects, it would be fine. Anyway, they could not get them, so it was good to watch the excitement. But the problem is that this happened to them. Seeing that the mining of a gold mine was about to be delayed by an inexplicable struggle, the TV station had no affiliation with the studio, so of course it was unacceptable. After several phone calls, the TV station executives, who were forced to do nothing, directly put pressure on the board of directors on behalf of the shareholders' interests and insisted that they stop messing around. Isn't it good for everyone to make money together? The words were not like that, but the meaning was that anyway. You have to guarantee the interests of the TV station to me and let the higher-ups properly adjust the cooperation relationship with Firefly. If you can't directly intervene in the operation, don't play any warnings and settle the arrears of the project debt owed to Firefly quickly and show goodwill. Anyway, it has come to this point. Warner and Paramount have not really torn their faces with Firefly, nor have they admitted to actively participating in this turmoil. After considering each other, they understand that this time they can't achieve the ultimate goal. The current Firefly is no longer the Firefly of the past. Its ability to resist risks has greatly increased, not to mention that the large network formed by the exchange of interests has reached the point where a single move can affect the whole body. If you want to suppress it, you must first think clearly whether it is worth losing several gold mines. In fact, if Prada had not achieved such results and the alliance of joint publicity and distribution had failed, the 6 major companies would still have had a chance to make Lemon bow his head. Unfortunately, there is no if. Joseph is very adaptable to this kind of business style. When Warner shows signs of loosening, he immediately says that the cooperation is pleasant. The whole thing, once it does not move forward according to the established goals, it is also a very rational choice to give up halfway. Prison Break has finished its 2nd season and is preparing to broadcast its 3rd season. The Walking Dead has just finished its 2nd season and has not yet filmed its 3rd season. However, for the entire Warner, the production of these two projects that have become golden signs has not only brought a steady stream of huge profits, but also the value of binding to paying users is what HBO values most. The benefits brought by a hit drama cannot be viewed in terms of a simple viewing profit, just like the huge blessing of Friends to NBC. Therefore, it is a completely foreseeable common interest for Lemon to be on good terms with HBO. Firefly also notes that Warner will never give up a TV series that costs 50 or 60 million yuan a year or even cultivates the number of users for a little dispute over the schedule. When there are many people, there are many voices, and the courage is naturally small. Among the 6 major companies, Warner and Firefly have the deepest interests, so it is reasonable that the breakthrough point will be in Warner. Once someone has the idea of compromise, will this foundation still exist when they share the same hatred and enemies? Warner compromised, and so did Paramount. In addition, with the smooth release of Prada, even if they insist on it for a while, Firefly will not be suppressed to the point of exhaustion. This is the situation, and it is not an irreconcilable huge contradiction of life and death. Why should we try it again? It is almost instinctive for smart people to judge the situation. In the chairman's office of Paramount, Shirley Lansing was a little depressed and asked her subordinates not to embarrass Firefly, continue to share the profits, and don't delay the payment. All things are over. The screening of Prada has entered its third week, and the popularity of the Valentine's Day schedule has unknowingly dissipated, and the North American film market has become even more deserted. Apart from Prada, no other movie in the same period has made over $100 million in North America. The comedy Pink Panther starring Kevin Slane and Steve Martin has a slightly better momentum. It has $151.07 million in box office in 20 days, and Final Destination 3 has accumulated $35.27 million in North America. They are basically moving in line with the expected goals of major film companies. Of course, this expectation does not include breaking $100 million in North America. Compared with their costs, they are all profitable and fully worthy of the publicity and promotion resources they have obtained, provided that they are not compared with Prada. When Prada broke $100 million in North America and continued to strive for $150 million box office, Lyman did not continue to pay too much attention to it. Instead, he focused on The Crew of No Country for Old Men, which had filmed most of the scenes and needed to finish. The matter was settled smoothly. The temptation of Warner and Paramount did not play a big role. As long as they did not make a move first, Lyman would not take the initiative to provoke them. After all, they could not beat them, so they would just give in to each other. Meanwhile, on the last day of the filming schedule, the Crew of No Country for Old Men arrived at a small town in New Mexico. After filming the chase scenes a few days ago, the progress was coming to an end. At the intersection of the town, the killer Anton drove a car with valuables on the passenger seat, waiting for the traffic light with interest. This was the first time he took the initiative to abide by the secular rules, but he did not get a good result. The design of this scene is quite ironic, and is also a famous scene of the character Anton. In the past, he was lawless and his actions went smoothly. Now, he occasionally felt happy and waited for the green light to pass the intersection, but was hit hard by a car that ran a red light. Anton was hit, and his head was bleeding, and his eyes were full of confusion. He didn't even know what had just happened. Fortunately, Javier Bardem was in good condition, and this shot with a reversal effect was passed in one go. After cleaning up the filming set and having a wrap-up banquet, Lyman returned to Los Angeles with the crew. At this moment, the Oscar selection is the most concerned topic in the media. The people on the shortlist have used various competitive means, bringing another farce to American movie fans. Chapter 608, Multiple Contacts, Subscriptions, Vote. In March, Lyman began to work on the post-production of No Country for Old Men. On the other hand, when the number of screens for Prada was reduced to less than 1,000 and the filming share was dispersed, Screen Gems and Lionsgate naturally shifted their efforts to promote their own project films. As time went on, the number of screenings for Prada became fewer and fewer. On the contrary, the total box office in North America was close to $150 million. The joint action of the three companies was a happy one for everyone. This kind of model is very convenient to concentrate on a good project and then go away after the deal is done. Lyman has always felt that this model has great potential and has greatly made up for the shortcomings of Blue Butterfly Pictures in terms of publicity and the degree of competition for theaters. He also made a detailed calculation for this. After forming a temporary alliance, the profit of the film provider of the project can be increased by about 10% to 20%, and there is no need to look at the face of the distributor who is too powerful, and there are the least hidden dangers. In the office of Firefly, Lyman looked at a North American market statistics report, and after a quick glance, he asked Joseph, which company is best to run the overseas market for Prada? Joseph had thought about this question after the movie was released, especially when he had fallen out with Warner and Paramount. Judging from the market performance in North America, the overseas market has a bright future, and Joseph's focus in recent years has been on maintaining daily operations and financial management for the company, so he is quite clear about the necessary methods. Boss, Joseph said slowly, the overseas market has already been formed. If nothing unexpected happens, the 6 major companies will definitely be the best to operate it, because only they have the manpower and network to maximize profits. Even if the commission is higher, it is acceptable. But which company should I choose? I think we can slightly ignore Paramount and Warner. Don't start with these 2 companies. Yeah, Lemon nodded. It is absolutely impossible to return to the deep cooperative relationship of the past in the future. We need to make preparations. Once there is a crack in this relationship, no matter how to remedy it, there will always be some different thoughts. Lemon was not so enthusiastic about these 2 companies because he knew very well that these guys were turning against each other faster than the other. This did not involve core interests, but Firefly was suppressed because it was too powerful. Can you invite the remaining companies? No, invite Warner and Paramount to participate. Lemon suddenly changed his words. Joseph nodded slightly. Okay. It will be more beneficial for us to hold a more open cooperation negotiation. However, they seem to be not sticking together, but they are actually sticking together. If the request is too much, I'm sure that the remaining companies will turn against each other. At that time, our situation will be more embarrassing. Lemon remained silent. This is just a very simple analysis. It is precisely because Firefly has interests with Warner and Paramount that it has led to a large degree of uneven interests and filth. Of course, all crows are black. Who can be sure that Fox and Universal will be willing to always balance the interests of all parties and not take any stand? This is obviously impossible. It is estimated that the Firefly project will be left aside if it blocks their way. After all, this monopoly cannot be broken for a while. It doesn't matter who you cooperate with. You can only pray that there will be no conflict. Who would be so stupid as to sacrifice themselves and subsidize others? We still have to meet. Lemon said in a deep voice. In the future, the relationship between all parties cannot be completely deteriorated. With a little interest combination, I believe we can still go on. At present, the most important thing is the development of Firefly itself. Okay, I will arrange it as soon as possible. I will invite the 6 executives and TV station executives to the back garden of the Hilton Hotel to discuss cooperation. Also, invite John Felmer to come here. He came here a few days ago to discuss publicity and distribution matters. I believe he will be free. Lemon suddenly said. Joseph was stunned, but nodded. Although he didn't know what Lemon meant by asking Lionsgate executives to participate, I didn't think it was necessary to pay attention to it before. Can the so-called temporary alliance become long-term? Does Lionsgate have that strength? They don't have global distribution channels. Aren't they all trapped? However, it was impossible to ask about this matter in detail. The boss had his own reasons for making such an arrangement. As a subordinate, all Joseph could do was to find a suitable topic to invite. Also, tell Lyman to focus on digital matters. Lemon said again. Well, Joseph was getting more confused. However, Lemon's idea was very simple. Lionsgate was definitely capable of becoming an ally, so he brought it in advance. As for the digital field, such a special effects company was indispensable for future big moves, and it was just right for Blue Butterfly Pictures to get familiar with special effects work. Lemon invited everyone at this time, and the timing was very clever. First of all, everyone who knew that this was to define the cooperation matters. After all, Prada had been screened for so long, and the overseas distribution work had not been promoted. Even a fool knew that it was profitable. The few companies that received the invitation obviously didn't care about anything, and they agreed very happily. Everyone even knew that this was intentional by Lemon. The next afternoon, the banquet was held as scheduled. There were delicious food, good wine, and suitable live piano music. The atmosphere was so appropriate. Then Lemon showed up with his people and greeted them warmly. After a round of politeness, everyone present knew that the next scene was going to be a sex scene, so they were refreshed and focused on facing it. However, they all had their own calculations in their hearts. For example, Fox and Universal, which had rarely dealt with Firefly, were thinking, if you don't take advantage of it, you must be a bastard. As long as we listen to your requirements, are we still afraid that we will suffer losses in cooperation? After all, no matter what, the overseas market has been established for many years. The distribution channels are quite complete. Firefly does not have such distribution capabilities, so it still has something to rely on. This is the rule of the game. The monopoly mechanism also determines that the big six are fearless and are not afraid of the rise of independent studios. Perhaps they even hope that these companies can provide more high-quality film sources to reduce production risks. Although they belong to different interest groups and networks, the big six are all members of the top system in Hollywood after all, and it is difficult for anyone to restrict anyone. Lemon looked at the familiar faces around him who were smiling, but actually in high spirits, and preparing for reasonable exchanges. He knew that these people were preparing to fight for the benefits of the project, and he suddenly felt funny. The so-called alliance of these people is also about to collapse at the touch of a button. No one is on the same page, or the pressure is not great enough. Everyone knows that the screening of Prada is still going on. It earned $3.28 million at the box office yesterday, so today we want to talk about the overseas distribution of the movie. Everyone can make an offer. There was a commotion, and everyone thought, with the performance of Prada in North America, the overseas box office results will at least be no less than the domestic box office results. Therefore, everyone who came to this banquet was determined to get the overseas distribution rights of this movie, a project that can make a lot of money. This reason is enough to make a trip. 25% overseas commission. Publicity costs are not included in the cost. How about it? Soon, MGM, who made the first offer, took the lead. Columbia can also provide a consistent distribution plan, or $40 million to buy out the overseas distribution rights. Everyone made offers to each other at the right time, but generally maintained within the range. That was not a loss. Lemon gently pressed his hand. Cooperation is not a temporary thing. Just wait for the bottom price. Private negotiations are obviously more appropriate than bringing them to the table for negotiation, and it is also more conducive to Firefly raising its status and taking the initiative. Anyway, the project is in hand, and it won't go away. Then Lemon confirmed with the executives of HBO and WBTV again to ensure that the project development will not miss the screening period arranged by each company. These people are also smart people. They pretended to be happy, but they knew in their hearts that this was just a normal exchange and gesture. He is really good at this. In a corner of the back garden, Shirley Lansing sighed inexplicably. It's a good trick to resolve the crisis so easily and then bring a few more companies on board. Fortunately, after Paramount digested DreamWorks, it is not so short of film projects. After the banquet, everyone went home, and the overseas work on Prada has just begun. Chapter 609 quote, subscription, vote. In the office area on the third floor of Firefly, a group of people were flipping through the details of the cooperation agreement, and the sound of the paper rubbing against each other was like the most beautiful movement. This is the company's legal department, but all the business was entrusted to PricewaterhouseCoopers. The overseas distribution plan of Prada will be confirmed here. They will classify the conditions faxed by several companies after the banquet one by one, and then verify each other to pick out the most favorable cooperation conditions for Firefly. As for the cooperation of these companies, it is quite pertinent, and it is mainly in two directions. One is the buyout proposed by Universal and MGM, which will be fully responsible for the subsequent overseas promotion at a price of $40 to $50 million, and the amount of gains will no longer be related to Firefly. The advantage of this is that the payment is returned the fastest, and there is no need to spend energy to prevent other companies from doing any tricks, such as concealing the investment in publicity and promotion. The second is normal authorized development. Both parties benefit, with a distribution commission of about 25%, and publicity expenses are not included in the cost, or directly calculated as net profit. And the publicity expenses are shared by both parties. Lyman was standing aside at the moment, watching the legal staff nervously calculate whether there were any loopholes or ambiguities in the contract, and then copied the data to get a range of interest comparison. This is actually because the partners have not yet been assigned. If the relationship is not broken, Lyman can directly negotiate with Warner. As for the other companies, they have to ensure their own interests and make some concessions to stand out. In fact, it is quite exhausting. All they can do is to estimate the specific amount of overseas income of the overall project as much as possible, and then give their own conditions based on the data. For this aspect, Lyman, who has been dealing with distribution for many years, is naturally the best candidate to confirm. Therefore, even though he is busy with work, he still takes time to come and provide reference opinions to Lyman. Well, summarize it. Lyman saw that the calculation was completed and ordered. After more than 10 minutes, a representative came forward with a statistical form and said, "It's calculated." Lyman took the form, scanned it briefly, and then said, "Let everyone rest for a while. Don't rush to leave. Come with me." "Yes." The legal representative nodded. Lyman knew that both Lyman and Joseph took this very seriously, or rather, they would have to deal with the big six in this way for quite some time in the future. Coming in front of the two, Lyman reported, "This is a summary of all the conditions." Lyman flipped it open and chuckled. It seems that they are still very sincere. The least they have given is an overseas box office estimate of 150 million, which is quite insightful. Joseph was a little unsure of what Lyman meant by this, and he pulled the corner of his mouth reluctantly and said, "The North American results are here. It can't be too little." "Yes, Lyman." Lyman pointed out a string of data from the table and said, "I estimate that the overseas box office of the film will be around 175 million. Generally speaking, Firefly should be able to get about 60 million in box office revenue, so just agree to Fox's conditions. The net profit plan they offer is the most suitable, and you will go and sign the distribution terms with them later." Lyman took the table and didn't understand what Lyman used to confirm the range of the box office. According to his inner thoughts, it would be better to just fix the commission and not include the publicity and distribution in the cost. Lyman raised his eyebrows and said, "When this is over, I will ask Joseph to allocate 10 million to Blue Butterfly Pictures to continue to improve the online publicity model. This time, the online promotion of Prada is very good." Lyman was delighted by the affirmation. To be honest, this was a complete accident. He didn't expect that the topic of fashion would easily attract so many netizens to discuss and pursue it spontaneously. Also, Lyman looked at Lyman. "I will also invest 25 million in research and development funds in digital domain. This money will be used to continue to improve the image painting technology. Remember to follow up with Scott Ross. Digital Domain has been quite comfortable in recent days with the high quality film company backed by Firefly, an independent production project. They don't have to beg for business everywhere. Just wait to go out and take some orders or advertising image production, and then fully cooperate with the special effects movie required by Firefly itself. Although it is still in a loss-making stage, the technical preparations are constantly being updated and are developing in a good direction. Moreover, special effects studios all over the world are burning money, and few have perfected their means of profit, and it is not just Digital Domain that is like this. Compared with this, Lyman still does not care about what Firefly can get in the future. Wait another year, Digital Domain will only feel that there are too many businesses to handle and will not idle employees or continue to lose money. Moreover, with the increasing number of Hollywood movies and the excessive prosperity of the social economy, the stock market continues to rise. Who can foresee this potential crisis? Soon, the capital behind the six majors will usher in a major bleeding. Will they still be so strong at that time? Therefore, Digital Domain has increased its investment in research and development since last year, and with Lyman's continuous support, Lyman is satisfied that it can compete with Industrial Light and Magic and Weta Digital in technology, not to mention surpassing it. What's more, without the constraints of debt, Firefly's current capital reserves are gradually becoming abundant. Instead of staying in the bank to earn interest, it is better to increase the company's underlying production capabilities. After Lyman left, Lyman said to Joseph again, "Nolan's The Prestige has also entered the project establishment stage. You pick someone with experience in crew management in the company to serve as executive producer. Well, I'll arrange it. Once No Country for Old Men enters the re-editing, I won't have much energy to take care of other things." Please worry about the operation of the company. Thank you for your hard work. Boss, you really value me. Joseph's nose was sore, and he wanted to show his loyalty. He kept saying words like diligent and working day and night. Of course, Lyman has been observing Joseph's management. He is very experienced and never oversteps the boundaries. Otherwise, Lyman would not have put him at the top of the company and given him a very high salary. Okay, as long as you can do a good job, I will not be stingy with rewards. Lyman waved his hand and waved Joseph away. As for the prestige that Lyman mentioned, Nolan and Jonathan only finalized the script some time ago and have begun to select actors. As for the actors, Bale will definitely have a protagonist with a lot of scenes. After all, in Batman Begins, the two worked very happily together. Nolan asked Bale to vacate his schedule long after the movie ended. Otherwise, with the popularity of Batman Begins, Bale would not have waited foolishly without accepting any film contracts. Oh, this is not called waiting foolishly, this is called waiting with a purpose. After all, Bale has to shape and reduce muscles for the role, which also takes time. The final preliminary shooting budget of this movie is less than $40 million US. Moreover, the actors must account for at least half of it. Even if Christian Bale took the initiative to reduce his salary and only took $8 million, the other first-line actor who can match Bale's current fame is not low. However, Nolan has not yet confirmed which movie star with enough appeal will be the other of the two protagonists. After all, this guy emphasizes rigor in making movies and does not like to use too many special effects. Just looking up the background, society and various tricks between magic in the Victorian period and the early stage requires a lot of thought. Of the $40 million, the first $20 million will only be used to prepare for filming. The actors' salaries can be paid into installments. In addition, the bills will be separately listed, which is conducive to tax avoidance. Lyman remotely directed the establishment of the Prestige crew over the phone. After many things were moving forward in an orderly manner, Lyman also plunged into the editing room to carefully polish No Country for Old Men. Speaking of which, the montage transition shots of this movie are extremely well used, fully mobilizing the audience's emotions and firmly controlling their sight. Such shot transitions are not as easy as straightforward flat laying, and the director needs to be familiar with the whole story. It is not a simple matter to explain several lines in parallel. But Lyman has shot many types of movies, and he is quite confident in his rich editing experience. Chapter 610 Finalists. Subscribe. Vote. Firefly Pictures Headquarters Building. Thomas gently pushed open the door of the editing room and said to Lyman, who was sitting at the editing table and concentrating, "It's already 12:15. Do you want to go to eat?" Lyman didn't even turn his head. His eyes were always fixed on the monitor screen in front of him, controlling the cutting of the footage. "Wait a moment. I'll finish this section first. It will be ready soon." Thomas stretched his waist, walked lightly beside him, and occasionally looked up to see the progress of the work. The rough cut of No Country for Old Men was basically completed by Ryan and Thomas. It was not until the current recut stage that Lyman took on the heavy responsibility and closed himself off every day to control it. With such a lot of time and energy, the length of No Country for Old Men was quickly controlled within 115 minutes. What was left was another round of fine editing for the feature film. It would be better if the rhythm could be controlled more delicately and orderly. After all, editing is a process of striving for excellence. About 10 minutes later, Lyman archived the material, sorted out some notes, recording boards and other items that aided editing, and then went to have lunch with Thomas. This guy edited until late last night and went to sleep on the floor of the cubicle in the editing room. When he woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock, and he was still a little depressed. Afterwards, the two drove to a Japanese restaurant for a meal. When they returned to the company, Joseph came again. He came to report on his work, including asking Lyman to sign to advance a certain matter. In addition to the accelerated speed of Paramount and Warner's profit sharing, and the last budget of Pan's Labyrinth was transferred to the end of filming, Lyman also wanted Lyman to attend a cocktail party composed of several Oscar judges. In fact, in principle, during the Oscar selection stage, relevant judges are not allowed to contact the crew members on the shortlist. But there are countermeasures for policies. It is impossible to not allow everyone to participate in normal social activities and prohibit any exchanges for this event. Therefore, on the eve of the Oscars, the number of similar banquets has increased sharply. Lyman had no choice but to take the invitations and read them. He picked out a few that were relatively convenient and then said, "Just turn down the rest. I can't bear to interact with these party animals every day." Of course, it was impossible not to go to any of them. Those old guys were old, and they were more vindictive than each other. If they showed a little contempt, they would probably offend them all. They would never think of participating in the carnival of fame and fortune like the Oscars. Joseph nodded and took out a few more reports for Lyman to sign. "It seems that our company will not win any awards at the Oscars this year. Well, our focus last year was too much on the in-depth drama films." Lyman answered casually, "I'm going to the Oscars in 2 days. You should ask Lyman to remember to set aside a day to go there to expand the distribution circle." After Joseph left, Lyman continued his unfinished editing work. Today is March 4th, Saturday, the third weekend that Prada will spend. Due to the hype of Anne Hathaway's feminist stance and the fact that there were no strong competitors in the second half of February, the box office market performance of the film actually exceeded Lyman's expectations. It is estimated that the final release will be around 170 million. At present, in the entire North American film market in 2006, with no other blockbusters released, Prada briefly became the #1 movie at the beginning of the year. In addition, on the first day of its overseas release, the film still maintained its excellent performance in North America, directly winning the daily box office championship in many countries and regions, and accumulating $7.52 million on the first day overseas. Because of different currency exchange rates, it actually looks very exaggerated when converted into the actual box office figures of various countries' films. Of course, this time it was distributed by Fox, which also made Fox taste the sweetness of cooperating with Firefly. It is estimated that it will be more difficult to restrict the development of Firefly from the source in the future. When Alejandro González Iñárritu returned to Los Angeles, he was accompanied only by his own direct filming team. He came to the Oscars with Babel. According to the plan made at the beginning, as long as the film is shortlisted, they will go around Europe to buy and sell copyrights and recover the filming costs as much as possible. There is really not much box office market for art films. Only a small number of audiences who love this kind of film are still giving some support to art directors. In today's increasingly mature entertainment, who is willing to be taught some great truths in their spare time? Even if you can understand, can you do it? However, even if the prospects of art films are getting slimmer, this kind of career still needs someone to shoot. Of course, it is really heartfelt, not a pornographic work under the banner of art. And there is no doubt that Alejandro is a director who is willing to shoot movies with heart. At this time, he came from Mexico. Lyman was also full of goodwill and the strong man who was one of the 3 Mexican heroes who paid special attention to art themes and would win 2 Oscars in the future. So, as soon as he got the news, he immediately changed his clothes and went to the airport to pick him up in person. Alejandro still had a full beard on his chin, and he was a little darker than before. It is estimated that he went to New Mexico to shoot a film and got a lot of sun. After returning to the company, the entire Firefly building has been rented by Lyman. The 1st to 5th floors have been reasonably divided into different departments, and the office area for employees has been greatly expanded. Thanks to the convenience of renting office buildings in this area, Lyman does not have to rush to buy a building. At this time, housing prices are still rising. If you buy it, you will definitely vomit blood in a year. After Alejandro and others came, Lyman invited Liam and Ryan to hold a small celebration cocktail party. At present, their goal is definitely the Oscars, plus whether they can win any awards. In the shortlist, Lyman's The Lake Monster last year was nominated for Best Visual Effects, Best Sound Effects and other minor items, and Babel was nominated for Best Foreign Language Film. Speaking of which, the Best Foreign Language Award is quite valuable, and the competition is also the most intense after all. The Oscars are an award for Americans, and there is already a large base for works from other regions to enter. There are 5 films nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film at the 78th Academy Awards, including Italy's The Beast Within, a film about inner fears, and also discusses the issue of lesbianism. The most impressive thing about it is that it keeps telling the truth. Everyone has a dark side hidden in their hearts, so don't test people's hearts, because people's hearts cannot withstand temptation. France's Merry Christmas, adapted from real events, telling a story about soldiers from various countries who ceased fighting on Christmas Eve during World War I. The whole film gives people a fairy tale-like warmth. Director Christian Casillan uses his writer-like delicate writing style to tell the whole plot development. In addition, there are South Africa's Gangsters and Germany's Hope and Resistance and Babel. As for the chances of each film, The Beast Within has a sharp theme, and Merry Christmas has the most comfortable overall sense. The remaining 3, including Babel, feel a little bit worse. Not that the movies are not good, but that someone is better. Of course, this is Lemon's personal opinion. According to the Oscar selection rules, only those that have been released are evaluated. Even if we compare the box office, Merry Christmas has the highest. Although it is silly to compare art films with box office data, it can also give us a glimpse of the audience's acceptance of the film. Babel was screened in a small-scale preview in December last year, and the results were really not very good. Combining all aspects, it is not very likely that Babel can win the crown, but it is always a good thing to be nominated. With this additional qualification, going to the European Film Festival can also attract some regional distributors. After the banquet, Lemon quickly took Alejandro and his good friend Guillermo Arriaga to talk. After comforting them for the hard work of filming, the two also felt Lemon's concern for them, which really made them feel warm. To put it bluntly, this is a kind of status gap. The so-called human heart is still worth pondering for a lifetime. Tomorrow I will take you to the judge's party to expand your social circle. Lemon talked to the two for a long time and finally told them. Of course, Alejandro nodded happily. Chapter 611 Business, Subscriptions, Vote. Alejandro was waiting in a black suit, just following the footsteps of Lemon and Lyman. Smiling, clinking glasses, introducing each other. He just waited for seniors in the film industry who he had never met before to be polite to him, and listened carefully to Lemon whispering about their identities. There were Oscar resident judges, well-known film critics, and people like producers and screenwriters in the circle. In short, those who could appear at this cocktail party today would not be marginal characters in Hollywood. Bright lights, leisurely music, and the alcohol he drank moistened his still sober mind, as if the surrounding magnificence and etiquette were deeply imprinted and engraved on his body. Alejandro loosened his tie slightly, and with the fiery atmosphere, he evacuated some inexplicable tension, and immediately felt much better. He didn't know when he had been so popular before. Maybe when 21 Grams won the Venice Golden Lion and the heroine of the movie won the Venice Best Actress, he was flattered by the crew and some European filmmakers. But it was different then, because the social level was different. Would it be the same to socialize with the powerful and the same as to socialize with ordinary people in the industry? It can also be seen from the surrounding environment. The large manor near the coast, the back garden surrounded by exquisite buildings, is not easy for him to enter at this time. This is the judge responsible for selecting the best screenplay. Lemon turned his head and reminded again. Best screenplay? The grand prize selector. Alejandro thought secretly in his heart and saw a man in his 50s with a bald forehead coming over to talk not far ahead. He quickly took a glass of champagne from the waiter next to him and then smiled enthusiastically and got to know each other. For this Oscar, even though he knew that the hope of winning the grand prize was not great, Lemon still spent money to find a public relations company to be responsible for winning over the judges. At this time, the Oscars are still the old-fashioned one, with connections as king and the so-called political wind. And whoever has a wide enough network of friends has a greater chance of winning the award. This is already a very obvious rule. Although the old men are stubborn, they are not stupid. The basic reason for being nominated is that the quality of the film is already the best in the same level. Even if you pick one at random, it is impossible for it to be terrible. The establishment of this threshold is the meaning of the Oscars' fair position and gold content. After all, compared with real capitalists, they still have the idea of considering the industry. Therefore, during this period, all kinds of monsters and demons have appeared one after another, each with their own strange tricks, but generally they are still within the rules. Perhaps the Oscars are becoming more and more like a business, and the media's recent news is mostly deliberately smearing and rhythmic content. For example, Reese Witherspoon suffered a lot in order to shoot Walk the Song, or Keira Knightley was ridiculed for playing Elizabeth in Pride and Prejudice, overexerting, almost crazy, and deviating a lot from the original character. Keira Knightley always feels a kind of classic style. In the midst of the turmoil, the war for the best actress has already been fierce. As for who is pushing it behind the scenes, or everyone is pushing it, who knows? Since the birth of the public relations industry, it has almost always served public figures. This year, Hollywood's film production has increased again, and there is always a sense of prosperity in the entertainment industry. However, the North American film market has been developed to near perfection. If it continues to develop in this way, a large number of film companies will inevitably go bankrupt in the increasingly fierce production competition until the market capacity is just met. This is also an inevitable process of self-regulation in the film market. On the evening of March 6, 2006, the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles was star-studded because the 78th Academy Awards ceremony would be held here again. In front of the magnificent theater, a long red carpet had already been laid. Not to mention the fans who came to join in the fun. Just the reporters from all walks of life filled up the empty space on both sides. While Lyman was waiting in the car, a staff member of the award ceremony came over secretly. "Mr. Last, the organizing committee has a small request, and we need you to spare some time to cooperate." "What's the matter?" Lyman asked in confusion. The staff member lowered his voice and said, "When the best animated feature film is presented, can you leave your seat and go backstage? We hope you can come on stage for the best foreign language award later." "Okay, so you're going to be the guest of honor." Lyman nodded with a smile. This was a small matter, but it also represented the recognition of him by the Oscars organizing committee. Soon, many senior executives from the studios came. Several candidates for the grand prize also walked on the red carpet with their crews, happily accepting photos and interviews from reporters. Then, various celebrities came out one after another, causing a commotion among fans. It is still difficult to see a scene of stars competing with each other. If it weren't for the Oscars, there wouldn't be so many big names. Especially when Leo came, he almost caused fans to break through the barriers and squeeze onto the stage, even though he hadn't gained weight yet. The security personnel on the scene were sweating profusely to maintain the scene, and ABC, the broadcaster of this Oscar, was happy to see the increasing number of viewers. Later, Christian Bale's appearance also brought some commotion, and his Bruce Wayne was still recognized by many fans. As for Lyman, if Eva hadn't been with him, it wouldn't have caused much noise. As a behind-the-scenes staff, he was quite self-aware. Walk into the hall and find a good seat. Lyman is surrounded by members of the group that can't win awards, such as King Kong, The Dark Knight, and Goblet of Fire, and in front are popular members such as Crash, Brokeback Mountain, and Walk the Line. This is actually for the sake of the camera angle. Most of the pictures of the cameras on both sides will be given to the front row. Eva looked around and said, "This Oscar seems to be more lively. This year's shortlist is stronger than last year." Lyman explained. The Oscars have been held for so many years, and there are titles such as Small Years and Big Years. After all, good works don't appear in groups every year. After chatting for a while, host Jon Stewart walked onto the stage and started with a witty remark. "The Oscars are a free feast for the audience to enjoy stars and movies. I strongly urge the audience not to watch pirated copies. Look at these female stars. They are so poor that they can barely cover their breasts." The camera swept across Reese, Charlize Theron, and Keira Knightley. Each one showed off her graceful figure more than the other. Everyone present was amused. Lyman laughed and pretended to pinch Eva's little hand. "I'm very honored, because the organizers told me that there are hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast of this year's Oscars, but I'm even more honored that half of them may be waiting to be adopted by Miss Angelina." Angelina has been frantically issuing press releases recently to establish herself as a good mother. According to news reports, she has adopted 5 children of all skin colors from Ethiopia, Vietnam and other places. The camera swept over, and Angelina's face was stiffly maintaining a decent smile, but she was probably cursing in her heart. After all, everyone in the circle was laughing at this matter. Who doesn't know what she is up to? As for liking children, forget it. It's just to deceive the fans' goodwill. After a round of teasing and humorous opening remarks, the atmosphere on the scene was mobilized, and it was time to really announce the winner of the award. The tension came immediately. Of course, it was not Lyman who was nervous, but those filmmakers who had the opportunity to win the big prize were very nervous. Everyone was doing public relations, and there was still some suspense. And the first awards were definitely the minor ones. After all, the highlight had to be left to the end. Among them, Memoirs of a Geisha won the Best Costume, Best Art Direction, and Best Cinematography awards. Well, this is a film in which Zhang Ziyi and Gong Li both starred, and the producer was Spielberg. However, perhaps the most memorable thing about this film is the background music composed by the music master John Williams. Then, the Lake Monster defeated King Kong and War of the Worlds to win the best sound effects, but lost to King Kong in the best viewing angle. It was a little consolation that it did not return empty-handed. However, this year's Oscars had a style of dividing the cake. Few nominated films did not win any awards, which made them lose their edge. Chapter 612, Sharing Fruits, Subscriptions, Votes. Although this award ceremony had basically nothing to do with Firefly Pictures, feeling the hot atmosphere on the scene and occasionally chatting with Eva about some interesting things, Lyman did not find it very boring. In this way, I don't know how long it has been, and the Best Adapted Screenplay award is about to be presented. The award presenter is Dustin Hoffman, who is a versatile person who can write, direct and act. When he was an actor, he won all kinds of awards for The Graduate, and won the Best Actor Oscar twice for Rain Man. However, he is now seeking development behind the scenes. After all, he is old. A good story can make a movie more meaningful. The winners of the 78th Academy Award for Best Adapted Screenplay are Brokeback Mountain, Capote, The Constant Gardener, Munich, and A History of Violence. Every time a nomination is announced, the corresponding work will appear on the big screen behind it. Afterwards, Dustin Hoffman opened the envelope and announced, "Let us congratulate the crew of Brokeback Mountain." Applause broke out. The crew members of Brokeback Mountain celebrated excitedly, and Lian also had a happy face. Speaking of which, the most controversial film this year is Brokeback Mountain. Moreover, Lian is also eager to have a chance to prove himself again, and winning such a big award will obviously help his directing career. Of course, it would be even better if he could win the Best Picture, Lian thought to himself. Then, Crash won the Best Original Screenplay and Wallace and Gromit won the Best Animated Feature Film. Lyman went backstage to prepare in advance, because the Best Foreign Language Film Award was about to be presented. When he went backstage, the staff took out a prepared speech script and handed it to Lyman. Then he took the envelope containing the award results and stood at the stage exit waiting for the news. Looking at the winners who were giving speeches on the stage, Lyman felt quite fresh to present awards to others. After a while, the voice of the host Jon Stewart sounded again. In the past year, many good films have appeared in Hollywood, but we can't always limit our attention to one place. So, the next award to be presented is the Best Foreign Language Film. Let us welcome Lyman last. Amid warm applause, Lyman walked to the stage and stood in front of the microphone. When the applause died down, Lyman looked at the crowd in the auditorium and introduced calmly, "Movies from every region have their own charm." So, the nominees for the Best Foreign Language Film at this year's Oscars are. After talking about the nomination list, Lyman opened the envelope without delay. When he saw the name on it, he was quite surprised. The winner is South Africa's Gangsters. The Oscars were unexpected again. Lyman thought that The Beast Within would win. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the movies are not bad. A middle-aged black man who was a little fat came on stage excitedly amid applause and took the little golden man from Lyman with trembling hands. Lyman shook hands with him encouragingly, stood aside, and made room for him to give his acceptance speech. It seemed that he was indeed very uneasy and interrupted himself several times when he spoke. After presenting the award, Lyman returned to his seat from the backstage. On the left, Alejandro was a little disappointed. Of course, it would be strange if he didn't have any emotions when seeing someone else take the best foreign language film. It's okay, come again next time, Lemon said to him. Alejandro glanced at Lemon and tried to force a smile. But, isn't that what the Oscars are like? Some are happy, and some are sad. How can all the selections satisfy the needs of all contestants? Next, Rachel Weisz won the Best Supporting Actress for The Unfortunate Gardener, and George Clooney won the Best Supporting Actor for Syriana. The competition also reached the most intense part. However, there was not much suspense. Reese Witherspoon, who was highly praised before, won the Best Actress. Another Water Queen was born. Philip Seymour Hoffman won the Best Actor for Capote. His performance was indeed good, but it was not much higher than Joaquin Phoenix, Heath Ledger, David Strathairn and other strong men. It can only be said that it was a bit of luck and public relations. Later, Lyman won the Best Director, but failed to win the Best Picture, because the Oscar organizing committee wanted to balance it. It must be said that it was also surprising. Generally speaking, if you win the Best Director, you will actually win the Best Picture. It can only be said that this year's Oscars are good at reconciliation. The host Jon Stewart said quite tactfully, watching Brokeback Mountain, I can't help but think that social thinking is indeed opening up. It turns out that it is okay for men to wear jeans openly. This statement is a subtle point out of homosexuality, and secondly, it is a satire that the organizing committee gave the Best Director award, but not the Best Picture award, which is more muddy than him. However, the Best Picture winner Crash has a great advantage in terms of its subject matter, because it talks about racial discrimination, and in recent years, the general trend of the Oscars has been about racial conflicts. In other words, Brokeback Mountain lost in terms of political stance and more sensitive subject matter, but not in terms of film quality. Seeing that Lian Yao on the stage still had a somewhat unwilling expression, but had to force his smile to give his speech, Lemon was also quite amused by the increasingly politicized Oscars. However, relying on the past foundation, the Oscars are still a very glorious place of fame and fortune. If it is only regarded as a business to get box office, it is nothing. Of course, it can be inferred that the biggest winner of this year's Oscars is Crash. The best film is naturally attractive to most literary audiences. With such a title, it will earn at least 20 to 30 million. After the award ceremony, the guests prepared for a while and went to attend the celebration reception hosted by Vanity Fair magazine next door. You know, many people attended the Oscar ceremony on an empty stomach for such a long time. After all, many actresses wearing gorgeous dresses can't go to the bathroom in the middle of the ceremony. Many dresses can't be put on and taken off by one person, so being hungry is also one of the regular items of the Oscars. Lemon took Eva and Alessandro, who had calmed down a little, into the back hall of the hotel. Here, without the attention of the camera, many movie stars also let go of their postures. They can't keep tense all the time. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was no longer so tense. Lemon asked the waiter to get some grilled meat and pastries, and sat down next to Eva. He joked, "Are you envious of Reese for winning the Best Actress award? After all, she is not much older than you, and she has achieved such an achievement." Eva was indeed a little envious in her heart, but not to the extent of being jealous. After all, she is now filming and living a happy life. She took a bite of salad and replied, it would be best if she can win it, but if not, it would be good to film her own move as well. Lemon continued to joke, if you want to win an award, that's hard. Do you know how? Cheryl Eyes won the Best Actress award? You are so beautiful, you must have been disfigured. Of course, or we can pay off more than 5,000 judges, so that no matter who votes, you will not miss the Best Actress award. As for how your performance is, it is very subjective. If people say you acted well, then your acting is not good, and it is also good. Eva listened to him talking more and more outrageously. She knew that Lemon was teasing her, and she couldn't help but hit Lemon a little, then laughed. Then how come Reese became the Best Actress, even though she was not disfigured? Isn't she beautiful enough? Haha. Eva was finally amused, and couldn't help herself. In fact, being told that she was beautiful by her lover was something that made her extremely happy. On the contrary, the Oscars would be thrown aside. The two sat together and laughed, but saw Nicolas Cage coming over. Lemon turned his head and asked, "What's the matter? Can't you come if you're fine?" Cage picked up the champagne and clinked it with Lemon, and then gestured to Eva. "If you're fine, contact me on the phone." "Okay," Cage said helplessly. "My cousin Mr. Coppola wants to see you." Lemon looked at Cage suspiciously. "Isn't his uncle Francis Ford Coppola? He wants to see me?" Lemon turned his mind quickly, but still couldn't figure out why. However, it seems that there is no malice. Cage invited him, and Lemon would definitely not refuse. It was agreed that tomorrow evening, Cage chatted for a few words, and then left again. He came here for a mission. Chapter 613, The Coppola Family, Subscriptions, Vote. It turned out that, although Francis Coppola did not show up at the Oscars tonight, he also entertained several familiar judges with his daughter. Just now, Francis Coppola saw the live broadcast of Lemon presenting the best foreign language film to a South African filmmaker on TV, so he asked Cage to invite him verbally after the banquet. The next evening, Lemon brought Eva to the appointment on time. The location was not in the glamorous Beverly Hills, but in Pasadena, a city district under the jurisdiction of Los Angeles. It is not as famous as Beverly Hills, but it is actually a resort. The Coppola family is not only very influential in the film and television industry, but also involved in other businesses. After all, the Italians, the fourth ethnic group in the United States, respect Coppola. It can be said that their family members can go smoothly in Hollywood, and many old guys are willing to give face. In fact, they value the overall strength of their family. After the two passed the gate and arrived at the Coppola Manor, there were sculptures, fountains, pastoral scenery, and even a large golf course along the way. Not to mention that Lemon and Eva did not walk, but took an off-road vehicle for transportation. This is not even the residential area, which shows how large the manor is. Francis came out with people to greet him. He was a little fat, slightly panting, with a big beard, not dressed formally, and had a somewhat intimate smile. Lemon shook hands with him, and was polite and respectful. Today, he was completely a junior visiting a senior, which made Francis Coppola satisfied in his heart. A rich and powerful director was not arrogant to others, and he could really be praised for his gentle temperament. However, Francis did not take any senior's attitude, and he also greeted Lemon very politely. Then he introduced him to a few juniors. Lemon soon understood that this must be a request. Among them, in addition to Cage, who he had known for a long time, there was another person who made Lemon look at him a little more. He thought to himself, "Isn't this Miss Sophia?" After becoming a director, she didn't pay attention to maintenance. She ran around in the wind and rain. I almost didn't recognize her. You know, this young woman was a model, walked on the catwalk, and won the Sour Plum Award. It was also Francis who was forcing her. She was a novice actor. How could she not be scolded for giving her a work like The Godfather 3? After a few polite words, Francis said to Lemon, "I have collected several fine cigars. Do you want to taste them?" "Thank you." Mr. Coppola invited him, and Lemon certainly wouldn't refuse. This kind of person asks you to do something, and finds a reason to talk privately. Only a fool would refuse. He went to the cigar room at the back. Sure enough, no one followed him in. The two sat opposite each other, cut off the cigar wrapper in front, and slowly roasted it for a while. A puff of smoke drifted upwards, with a strong fragrance. Lemon thought Francis Coppola approached him for roles or film production, but he never mentioned these. Instead, he talked about the old Hollywood, and there was a sense of intimacy in his words. Francis Coppola is an internationally renowned director. The Godfather trilogy is a classic among classics. The cost of more than $6 million in 70 years was sold for more than $200 million worldwide. This result is also amazing, not to mention that the influence of this series of movies is not enough to be measured by box office. Such a big man has a worry-free life and is not short of money. Logically, there is no place for Lemon. But don't forget that he is a filmmaker and a director. He is an old man who has devoted half his life to the film industry. When he talks about MGM, he hates it for not fighting, and he is dissatisfied. MGM was taken over by Las Vegas tycoon Kirk Kerkorian in the 1980s, and it completely became a plaything of capital. It didn't make movies properly, but started real estate. It bought and sold 3 times, and raised the company's market value in various ways, and then it was on the verge of bankruptcy. After several rounds, MGM was ruined, and its value was completely emptied. It can be said that the entry of capital has not only given rise to Hollywood's wider global influence today, but also brought a very bad atmosphere. That is, it depends on the market instead of the work. For example, as long as it is a hit, the movie must be serialized. If a story can be told clearly, there must always be a sequel. For example, commercial operations abandon originality. Compared with the previous Hollywood, the living space of original movies is getting smaller and smaller. There are almost no original movies on the North American rankings. They are either adapted from novels or comics. At worst, they are adapted from real people and biographies. This is quite unacceptable for older filmmakers like Francis Coppola. Time Group took over Warner, Viacom took over Paramount, Disney acquired ABC for $20 billion, Columbia was sold to Sony, Universal became a subsidiary of Comcast, and Fox was taken over by News Corporation. The world has changed too fast. There are only a dozen or so companies, and Hollywood is a little unfamiliar. Francis Coppola's conversation made Lyman quite strange. What does the invasion of capital into Hollywood have to do with him? He himself is subject to the Big Six. Unexpectedly, Cage has a second spring in his hands, and his acting career is better than before. Not long ago, the suppression storm led by Warner and Paramount was easily resolved. It was also at that time that Francis Coppola really paid attention to the rise of Firefly, an independent studio. In fact, Francis thought he could still hold up the banner of the Coppola family in Hollywood, but he had to admit that he was old and might not be able to walk one day. Moreover, the continuous failures in the 1980s also made him suffer. So, he needed to consider the younger generation of the family and seek a backer. In the past, he thought about Paramount, but now, there is a better choice. First, he thought about the history of Firefly's rise, and found that most of the films produced were original, which was the best among all the studios, which made him quite fond of it. Second, there was a bridge of mutual familiarity. Nicolas Cage, no matter how he changed his last name, he was always a member of the Coppola family. Third, Firefly has a high ability to resist risks. It is not the kind of studio that is easily eliminated. It has a certain foundation. Fourth, what Firefly lacks most happens to be the network of relationships of the older generation of filmmakers that the Coppola family has the most. This begs the question, what is the use of a network of relationships? Haha, if Firefly had Coppola's help, could the movies produced by Firefly still be runners-up at the Oscars? You know, Sofia followed the style of Sunglass King and filmed a Tokyo version of In the Mood for Love, which became a hot favorite for the award that year, was shortlisted for all 4 awards, and finally won the Best Original Screenplay. This network of people, others envy and want to cry. Okay. Sofia said in an interview that one of her favorite directors is Sunglass King. By the way, Sunglass King really played a flower in the atmosphere. Francis deeply understands the truth. No matter how good the cooperation and relationship are, if one party cannot help the other party, or is useless, it is okay for small things, but it will not last long. When it comes to interests, there must be enough chips to open up to each other. And the network of people he has been operating for decades is the best chip. When it comes to money, Lyman is not short of money now, but just lacks an opportunity to continue to expand his foundation. Firefly is actually too young to be strong. Without the blessing of capital, it is really a step-by-step process. In comparison, Lionsgate's acquisition and expansion method is really rich and powerful. You know, Lionsgate has already acquired dozens of film and television companies related to film production or distribution. Therefore, Lionsgate's expansion speed is so fast. Francis has thought comprehensively for the development of the younger generation. It must be said that his proposal is very feasible and impressed Lyman very much. In fact, this exchange of interests is a win-win situation for everyone. Oscar nominations are scarce resources. Whether or not you can win the award, you can make a long-term business. After all, this kind of platform that can gain both fame and benefits is rare in the whole Hollywood. Think about it, if you win the award, your popularity will soar, and you don't need much publicity. Theaters and audiences are willing to support it. In addition, the award-winning film benefits the entire crew, and invisibly, it is another invisible benefit brought by the rise in status. Lyman has long known that Oscar has great potential. Just look at Miramax, but he did not have the ability to control it before, and it was purely based on luck. But now, the opportunity has come. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614, The Father Who Supports His Daughter. Please subscribe and vote. Cage is too proud and has few friends. Sophia is too strong, and it is even more difficult to help her after she has moved behind the scenes. Moreover, the times have changed, and the old ones have been replaced by the new ones. Francis Coppola thought a little bleakly and looked at Lyman deeply again, with a bit of appreciation in his eyes. After explaining the purpose of the invitation, Lyman fell into thought. He did not expect that today's meeting would be like this, and his company actually had the potential to become a hot commodity, but he did not immediately agree to this win-win situation, but just quickly counted the pros and cons in his mind. Lyman was reluctant and willing in various interpersonal relationships. After being in the industry for so long, he obviously had the skill of keeping a low profile. Francis, who is as experienced as he is, did not know what this person was hesitating about. However, Hollywood's tradition of competing for connections and class division is really very American, because this country has been ruled by a minority of white people from the beginning, and I don't know how many things have happened during this period. The government's laissez-faire attitude has made class solidification a powerful weapon for stabilizing society. Similarly, groups that stick together, based on blood ties and skin color have become a major feature of Hollywood. For example, the Australian gang, the Jewish ethnic group, and the Italian ethnic group are all common and cannot be ignored. So, now the question is, Lyman, with his extraordinary talent in the eyes of others, has suddenly become a new gang that cannot be underestimated, attracting the Coppola family's goodwill. After accepting it, what does Lyman need to pay, or what does the Firefly give? Will they become enemies instead of friends because of a little uneven distribution of benefits? Don't regret agreeing to it then. After what happened a while ago, Lyman thought more and more. Therefore, Lyman first tried to test Mr. Coppola. What do you think of Cage? If he wants to go out and make a living, let him do it himself. He will never lack a bite of food. Then, what about Miss Sophia? Lyman understood. Cage is now a first-line movie star and doesn't need much help from his family. Then, there was only one candidate left for Francis to cultivate extremely. After all, Hollywood is a place where men are in charge. Even if it constantly advocates and supports women's independence due to political needs, Hollywood is still not friendly to women. Does she have any subject matter she wants to shoot now? Firefly has always been generous in investing in such excellent directors. Francis Coppola admired Lyman even more after hearing this. His reaction was quick and decisive. Especially the fact that he finalized the bargaining chips without making a sound and blocked other ways to make things convenient. Excellent directors, of course they would not invest in those who were not excellent. It is impossible for Coppola to just send anyone, and Firefly would give money and resources. The exchange of interests requires equal contribution, which is also the principle that Lyman adheres to. Of course, Sophia is Francis' daughter, and he cannot but give her face. If there are any small problems in the future, Coppola will do his best to help solve them. Francis also said tactfully. Then he blew out a smoke ring and said, if an excellent film can't even enter the Oscars, it would be a joke. Lyman laughed and was completely relieved. With this support, what threshold is there to worry about in operating the Oscars? What qualifications? After such a reminder, both of them were satisfied with the price offered by the other party, or in other words, they were very acceptable for the time being. Then they chatted for a few more words, and Lyman said before leaving, this matter is settled. Mr. Coppola, please wait for the response. Francis waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you regret it." The two left the cigar house one after another. In the courtyard in front, Eva was also chatting with a few people. When she saw Lemon coming out, she stood up and was politely sent off. At this time, Sophia, who served as a bridge for cooperation, saw Lemon and smiled at him, even if she knew him. After leaving Coppola Manor, Lemon went directly to the company. He found Joseph in the office and told him about the contact with the Coppola family before leaving. Lemon still attached great importance to this contact. No matter how to deal with the arrangement, you need to communicate with Joseph to avoid any mistakes in the communication. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening when I drove away. It was almost 9:30 when I entered the house. I was thinking about getting into Eva's warm bed. Lemon hadn't seen Meat for more than half a month, especially since Eva went to the crew of Casino Royale and filmed everywhere, so she couldn't go home often. After washing up, taking a shower, and changing into a nightgown, Lemon saw Eva half sitting on the head of the bed under the soft light, flipping through a book. "Do you still have time to read?" Lemon smiled wickedly and leaned over. He accidentally caught a glimpse of white and his breathing was inevitably rapid. Eva was still pretending to read a book, but Lemon had already turned over and picked her up, and his hands and feet quickly removed the obstacles. The great harmony of life was completed. 3,000 words omitted here. After getting up the next day, Lemon called Lyman over again and asked him to enrich the copyright with the screenwriter department. Firefly must increase production this year. It cannot shoot 5 or 6 films a year and then have nothing to do the rest. If you want to improve your strength, the best way is of course to start with your own strengths and produce projects. But good projects are not easy to come by. They all rely on originality. Lemon does not have that many good original stories. Therefore, he can only learn from the mainstream model of Hollywood, obtain the copyright of novels and comics, and then make them into movies and TV series. However, what is slightly different is that Lemon also attaches importance to the original scripts of other screenwriters. He specifically emphasized this aspect and said that any scripts he likes can be collected. And from another perspective, excellent screenwriters are the talents needed by film and television companies, and they can also further improve the project selection space and expand the company's foundation. Lemon looked at Johnson and Lyman and said seriously, pay more attention to those scripts that have a foundation. Whether it is a movie or a TV series, you can first include them in the contact list. The people who were sent down received the task of expanding the project script selection, and suddenly found that selecting scripts was also a difficult task. The famous ones have lost their copyrights long ago. Those who can still keep them are diehards like Frank Miller. If they can't prove that they can make good works, they won't give them at all. For the unknown ones, the base is too large. Who knows which one of the tens of thousands of original scripts is suitable for the big screen? You can only consider it a lot. However, since the boss attaches great importance to this aspect, you can't help but carefully select it. As for whether it can be successful, there are also people above who make the decision. Therefore, after the employees dispersed, there were still gains from the daily list. However, most of them did not leave much impression on Lemon, and then they were eliminated. Anyway, those who don't remember much, even if there are mistakes or omissions, can also represent that the risk is too big and they are not suitable. It seems that the company is making a big move. The staff below have some ideas about this. This time there will definitely be no shortage of projects to shoot. Someone took over. Spending such energy can't be just for fun. Anyone who is a little thoughtful can remember that Lemon said before to expand the company's production, and that Blue Butterfly Pictures and Digital Domain are steadily expanding in their respective business areas. In short, Man Media can already take on more production business. While the group was collecting scripts, the editing of No Country for Old Men had been completed. In fact, most of the post-production work of No Country for Old Men was focused on editing. After all, this film does not use special effects technology, and it is all set or real-life shooting. Once the editing is completed, the subsequent work will be much easier. Inserting narration, soundtrack, adding opening and ending credits, and company logos, plus the help of Thomas and Ryan, these tasks are even easier. After a period of time, in April, Prada began to be released overseas. At this time, the total box office of the movie reached $350 million, allowing all stacker holders to earn a lot of money. 20th Century Fox originally made a high confidence offer with the confidence that overseas sales would be greater than North America. In fact, as they expected, movies of this type of subject matter would not be unacceptable to audiences in other countries. Moreover, this is just the box office. Lyman has long been prepared to wait until the movie is released and release DVDs immediately. Even Blockbuster has already discussed how to promote it. Although the period of recovering funds offline is relatively long, there will be a fixed income in the next 2 to 3 years, and it is not bad for everyone to just sit back and wait for the share. Chapter 615. Casting of the Prestige Subscriptions. Recommendations. After the project of No Country for Old Men was almost completed, Lyman also started to promote other work. First Pan's Labyrinth entered post-production. Lyman went to visit the editing progress of Gyro and Alfonso, and then it was the casting of the Prestige. Christian Bale and Michael Caine, the 2 original Batman Begins members, plus the British newcomer Rebecca Hall, have been confirmed as actors, but Nolan is still struggling with the rest. In other words, after the success of Batman Begins, Nolan's weight in Hollywood has also begun to increase. For example, in this casting, many movie stars are willing to participate in the audition, and there are many first-line movie stars. But the budget of the project is there. Those who are too expensive can't be hired, those who are too cheap have no appeal, and those who are too low in status are unlikely to form a dual leading lineup with Bale. Of course, the problem that Nolan carefully thought about was very simple for Lyman, and he directly recommended the original Hugh Jackman and Scarlett Johansson. In fact, after playing Wolverine, Hugh Jackman was almost tied to this role. No matter what he played, the audience would feel that he would be out of the play and the viewing experience was always not good. However, The Prestige is a rare movie that Hugh Jackman played outside the X-Men series. Because in Nolan's movies, the characters always have to serve the camera, which is easy to be ignored by the audience and has little influence. In other words, the brilliance of the role is based on the success of the movie itself. It is like a screw, which will be small and inconspicuous, but it is real. In addition, Hugh Jackman is topical enough, and because he is deeply restricted by the narrow acting range and wants to break through, the salary for acting in works other than X-Men is usually reduced by a large part. The salary of the actors in the sequel will basically be reduced if they leave the sequel. In addition, there is Scarlett Johansson. She is currently at a low point in her career. Last year, Escape from the Island was a huge failure. Production cost of $122 million. $35.81 million in North America, $124 million overseas, at least $70 to $80 million in box office revenue alone, even if it could recover some of the money offline. It was too much for Spielberg at the time. Warner's promotional and marketing commission was also very high. This movie, which Michael Bay ambitiously wanted to be both well received and box office worthy, not only accelerated the acquisition process of DreamWorks, but also directly hindered the careers of the leading actors in it. Not to mention maintaining their worth, they needed more opportunities. Therefore, it was actually very cost effective for these 2 actors who had both strength and publicity value to join the Prestige. Of course, after being reminded, Nolan quickly thought of this point. Don't forget that this thrifty ability is not much lower than his directing talent. Soon, after hosting another round of auditions, Hugh Jackman and Scarlett Johansson joined the crew with a salary of $6 million and $2.2 million respectively. This was over. On the Spartan project, director Zack was still busy experimenting with Scott on new visual effects, and the actors had not trained their muscles yet, so it was far from time to start filming. The next day, Lyman went to the company and was approached by Johnson. Lyman looked through the list, crossed out a few scripts he didn't like, and went to the conference room again to have another round of meetings with the copyright collection staff. After greeting the boss, Chairman, Lyman, Mr. Last, and others, they sat down one after another. Lyman began to speak. "It's been so long. Let's focus on reporting on our work." Johnson had the closest relationship with Lyman, so he was the first to answer. The copyright to the Da Vinci Code is in the hands of Columbia, and the copyrights to several of Dan Brown's novels have all been taken away. I asked, and Columbia already has a complete development plan and doesn't intend to let outsiders get involved. In addition, the other script you're interested in, The Last Chronicles, was intended to be produced as early as the 1990s, but it was delayed because the budget was too high and the special effects technology was not mature at the time. Now the copyright is in the hands of Akiva Goldsman, and we have worked with him on Mr. and Mrs. Smith before. After we approached him, he said he was willing to talk. By the way, he has now established Grasspath Productions, and he probably won't be satisfied with simply transferring the script. If he really wants to take it down, he'll have to share a lot of profits. Lemon frowned, but still said, The Last Chronicles can't be missed. Let's continue talking to him. This script reminds me of Trip to New York. Is it a sequel to the story? As early as after New York Trip, Lemon said that there would be plans for a sequel, so Johnson asked this question. Lemon said helplessly, The Walking Dead is said to be a TV sequel, but it is not very related to the story. The second part one want to shoot is about the story of zombies forming a group of corpses to break through New York. The script of The Last Chronicles is actually very suitable for the third part, that is, the whole world is occupied by zombies and humans are almost extinct. Johnson was shocked. He didn't expect Lemon to have such a plan for the movie. Step by step, 3 works describing zombies are formed. With mutual cooperation and hype, how big will the box office market be? At least it will not be worse than the first 3 Harry Potter series. Johnson said very bluntly, okay, I will try my best to negotiate with Akiva Goldsman, and must get the copyright of the script. He lacks funds, and such a big scene cannot be shot by him alone. Lemon laughed dumbly. Johnson didn't pay much attention to the script before. After hearing the derivative plan of the trilogy plus a TV series, his eyes lit up. He originally wanted to create his own story for the third ending, but it couldn't compare to the ready-made one. After the movie The Last Legend was made, the title of the film was called I'm Legend, which is about a man and a dog surviving the apocalypse. There are similar scripts available, so of course you have to get them if you can. If you can't get the adaptation rights, you can cooperate in development, but you have to give up a part of the profit and hold the subsequent offline market development. Lemon thought for a while and reminded. Johnson nodded in agreement. Then, a member of the screenwriter department stood up and said, I looked through the company's backlog of scripts and found that there are several themes that may be very good. What are they? A little niche work that may win awards. Lemon didn't expect that there was a literary middle-aged person hidden in the screenwriter department. Can you tell me more about it? Lemon asked curiously. I brought the script. Boss, do you want to see it? Lemon waved his hand. You summarize it first. The middle-aged white man named Rooney Gies joined the company last year. He joined at the same time as Rodriguez Perelman when the company's management level expanded. He is quite skilled in screenwriting, but he himself is a practitioner who likes to study avant-garde film works. Rooney stood up straight with a serious expression. One of them is about an underage girl's accidental pregnancy. Diablo Cotti always tells such a sharp subject in a very restrained way, without criticism or advocacy, and even close to understating it, but the inner thoughts are moving. The second one is a story about a beauty pageant. Maybe it sounds a bit unserious, but it is actually a script about family relationships. It sounds like it is very risky. Lyman on the side retorted, no one has invested in these 2 scripts for so long. It must be that everyone thinks it is very risky. Rooney Gies did not deny anything. If someone is very optimistic about the scripts thrown into the script library, they would have been invested in filming long ago. Let me take a look first. Lemon was interested. He saw the names of the scripts Juno and Miss Pageant. Well, Lemon was very impressed with the former, but he didn't know that no one invested in this work at the beginning. After reading the latter for a while, Lemon also understood which movie it was, Little Miss Sunshine, which is indeed a warm work about family affection. Lemon picked up 2 scripts and said, if a film company wants to survive, commercial works are indispensable, but as directors, we should not forget the feelings of filmmakers. Even if we have the ability, we should grasp both business and art, and both should be strong. Rooney, you will be responsible for negotiating the adaptation of these 2 projects. Rooney Gies was very excited. He felt that he had met a boss who could identify with his ideas, and he happily accepted the task. In addition, the remaining staff also provided several options, but Lyman accepted all of them. Because everyone's choice was very cautious, and all of a sudden, the company had 13 more scripts with some potential. Of course most of them had not been verified on the big screen. Only 3 projects were highlighted by Lyman. Chapter 616 Gold Rush, Subscriptions, Vote. In the following 2 days, Lyman basically spent half a day dealing with trivial matters in the company, and half a day checking the preparations for some projects. This morning, Lyman was drinking coffee and reading newspapers in the office, and he was very leisurely. Runia GIs knocked on the door and came in to report the specific copyright holders of the 2 scripts have been found, but they still have some conditions and are unwilling to sell directly. Didn't they say that the scripts had been buried for a long time? Could it be that someone had a key knife for them? Lyman put down his coffee and asked, "What are their conditions?" "I have invited someone here, boss. Go meet them." After hearing this, Lyman got up and followed Runia to the reception room. Could it be that such a big piece of fat meat has been targeted by someone? Lyman thought that someone also took a fancy to it and invested money, but it turned out that it was not the case at all when they met. It is really difficult for independent filmmakers to survive in Hollywood, mainly because they have no background and no organization. Even if they work hard to polish a good story, they still have to beg for investment everywhere. If someone invests money and resources, of course it would be the best, and it would not be a waste of effort. But what if no one takes a fancy to it? Without a distribution company to take over, and without funds in the account, God can't make a complete movie. This is the case with Little Miss Sunshine and Juno. These 2 scripts were completed several years ago, but the screenwriters who wrote these scripts can only barely make a living in Hollywood and don't know any big names, so they are naturally delayed. Anyway, Lyman arrived at the reception room and saw several strangers inside. The leader was a tall and thin white man in his 40s with a beard wearing a grey coat, and the other was a white woman in her 30s with light makeup and a knitted skirt. There were 3 people behind them, all discussing something with each other, and when Lyman and Runia came in, they immediately stopped talking. Next to them, Runia stepped forward and introduced, "This is the big boss of Firefly." Lyman laughed. "This is Diablo Cotti, the author of Juno." A woman. "This is Mark Turto, a producer." These 2 are Jonathan Dayton and Valerie Faris, a couple, and also music video directors. All the popular singers have asked them to shoot music videos. Lyman looked at these people and smiled and said, "Hello." Runia then reminded, the story adaptation rights of Little Miss Pageant have been bought by Mark Turto for $250,000. The tall and thin white man in the grey coat, that is, Mark Turto, said respectfully, "I hope this project can cooperate with your company, and I will be the producer of the project." In fact, the birth of the project of Little Miss Sunshine was indeed difficult. In the original Time and Space in 2004, Focus Features was the first to intend to shoot, but in the project review stage, a group of senior executives gave up investing in the film after several discussions. The reason was that they felt that the script was too bland and the subject matter was not new. There were at least 80 works about family relationships, most of which were not accepted by the audience and the risk was too high. Just like that, the script was thrown into the garbage heap again when it first appeared, after being hidden for 5 years. But that year, producer Mark Turto discovered this repeatedly despised script. After reading it, he was touched and bought back the film adaptation rights from Focus for $250,000. Then, they went everywhere to attract investment. As a result, they only spent $8 million, but won nearly $60 million in North America, making Fox Searchlight Pictures a success that year. The distribution work was taken over by Searchlight. But at this time, due to Runia's recommendation, Lyman also asked someone to contact him early. The work of Little Miss Sunshine had only progressed to the selection of the director, and the project had not yet started shooting, let alone finding a distributor. Hearing Mark's request, Lyman understood it quite well. After all, this producer tried everywhere for this script, and overcame so many difficulties one by one during the period. How could he offer it all, just because a film company was willing to invest? What Runia could not decide was a matter of a word for Lyman. Lemon smiled and said, "Of course, why not do something that helps everyone? We can not only provide cinema resources to promote the release of the film, but also bear the investment budget to make the film better." Runia beside him interrupted and said, "I told you, Firefly is very sincere." Mark Turtota breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought that Firefly would be like those studios, either not optimistic or perfunctory, with no good words or good attitude. Now, after the comparison, how can I not accept it after so many cold eyes? If you are polite to others, they will naturally be polite to you." As for the two selected directors, Lemon also expressed his support immediately. Even though the couple was playing MV, they were professionally trained after looking through their resumes, so they didn't know about film production. Besides, Zack Snyder and Michael Bay were also MV directors and then entered the film industry. Lemon would not be stupid enough to question the director's ability. After all, even without his intervention, the film was shot very well, and they have been preparing for so long before. If it doesn't work, Mark Turtota will be the first to disagree. Notify Lyman and ask him to come over to draft and sign the distribution contract. "Does your crew still need funds?" Lemon asked. Mark Turtota glanced at Jonathan Dayton and saw that he had a wry smile on his face. He was also a little embarrassed and said, "The funds we can raise are limited. I have rejected some scenes with higher costs more than once. Even for the costumes, we still want the actors to raise funds themselves. The filming location is also too far away, so we chose Albuquerque." After hearing the complaints of the producer and director, Lemon realized that Little Miss Sunshine really put too much effort into these three people. Needless to say, the director, Jonathan and Valerie have such an opportunity. Of course, they want to step from the MV circle to the film circle. They can't be careless. After all, it is related to the better development of their future careers. Shooting MVs is not something that can be raised in the entire director industry. Even the assistant director of a TV series can easily despise it. Mark Turtota simply wants to shoot this story well, otherwise he would not spend his own money to get the adaptation rights. "How much is the budget short?" Lemon asked again. $3 million will be enough. Mark thought for a while and answered, "Okay, after signing the distribution contract, I will have someone transfer the money to the account. As for the filming, you take care of it. The rest will be left to Firefly. We will properly arrange the promotion work." Okay. The three of them were excited. They didn't expect that the most difficult part of the production would be so lucky. Diablo Cotty, who was standing by, also felt the same joy in his heart. She encountered a similar situation as Little Miss Sunshine. No one was optimistic about it either. In the end, it caught the eye of a Canadian producer and was able to be put on the big screen. Her request was even simpler. In addition to being a scriptwriter, she also hoped to join Firefly Pictures. Yes, the conversation between Lemon and Mark just now made her feel that it would be a comfortable thing to work for such a company and such a boss. Lemon smiled and shook her hand. "Ms. Coddy, a screenwriter like you with outstanding writing skills and rich experience is exactly what Firefly has been longing for, so you are very welcome." Firefly's screenwriter department has only 5 or 6 permanent employees, barely forming a small group. Creative talents like Jonathan Nolan, who help each other with his brother, will devote a lot of energy to his brother's projects and naturally spend less time on other aspects. Therefore, Firefly is indeed short of screenwriters, especially female screenwriters like Diablo Coddy, who can fill the gap of delicate and female themes, are of course welcome. Even if she doesn't speak up, Lemon might mention whether she can join Firefly. In this case, she has the intention. Lemon is interested, and she is an independent screenwriter who is listed in the Screenwriters Guild to take orders, so it is extremely simple to join. After joining Firefly, her first job was of course to write the script for Juno. Her plain and delicate writing style was the key to the success of this project. The subject of underage pregnancy is already very sharp. If it is filmed more profoundly and becomes preachy, it will be annoying to watch. The audience has a rebellious mentality, especially adolescent audiences. Chapter 617. Sharing the account. Please subscribe and vote. April 10th. Fox delivered the first overseas box office profit of $15 million. The total global box office of Prada is $350,162 million in North America and $188 million overseas. Among them, North American theaters took 40%, leaving $97.2 million. After deducting various taxes, the total profit of production and distribution is $88 million. After deducting 20% of the joint distribution of Lionsgate and Screen Treasures, and the publicity expenses of Firefly's expenditure of $17 million, the profit is $53.4 million. After deducting the production expenses, the project's net profit in North America is $23.4 million. Then, in terms of overseas, because the theater operators take different commissions in different places, for example, the mainland only gives 13% of the box office revenue to imported films, the overall average plus taxes, calculated as 50%, there is still $94 million left. Fox took 30%, making a profit of $64.8 million. After deducting publicity expenses, copying, shipping costs, etc., the overseas net profit is $58 million. Therefore, Prada can bring Firefly $81.4 million from the box office alone. If a part of this money is used to reward important members of the crew such as actors, producers, and artists, there will be $78.7 million left. Since the day the movie was released, Firefly has only received about $30 million, and the remaining $48 million is in the financial division stage. The $80 million of fine and copyright related revenues are far from being harvested. However, all stacker holders are very satisfied. Lionsgate and Screen Treasures, needless to say, can earn more than $50 million by providing theaters and publicity resources, the bulk of which is offline. And Fox can also earn more than $28 million, and the theaters can eat up $153.16 million, which can be said to be sufficient profit for each. However, after two more projects were decided that day, Little Miss Sunshine soon entered the preparation stage, but Juno had just completed the project establishment. Several aspects were launched at the same time, but the company had sufficient manpower and increasingly skilled business production capabilities, so there was not much to worry about. After all, the reserve funds were sufficient, so even if there was a loss, it would not be a serious loss, not to mention that the selected projects had no risk of loss at all. One day, Lyman took a TV script and read it carefully, and felt like God was helping him. Looking back on the script screening some time ago, I don't know how many treasures I found from the Hollywood script library. But which company should I find for the new TV project? HBO. It has already been given to The Walking Dead, so there is no need to compete with its own projects for resources. WB. Forget it, you can protect it for a while, but not for a lifetime. With the performance gradually sluggish, Warner is ready to sell and reorganize. Speaking of which, Prison Break provided by Lyman has delayed this schedule for a year and a half. In fact, if he had money, he would also like to buy a TV station to expand his media territory, but even if it is bankrupt, its assets are still valued at $1.8 billion. Unless he sells Firefly, he will not have the money to compete. After much deliberation, Lyman decided to go with Fox. Fox was great, with the huge news corporation behind it, and its film studios and TV network businesses were both in the upper middle, and they had just cooperated once before, so it was just the right time to deepen the relationship, prevent being squeezed out again in the future, and increase the chances of an ally standing out. So, when the invitation for cooperation was conveyed, it also caused a lot of discussion. Looking back on the development history of Fox, it can be said that it has gone through many twists and turns. In 1935, Daryl Zanuck founded 20th Century Pictures. A few years later, it merged with Fox Pictures, which had a certain foundation in the silent film era, to form 20th Century Fox Film Company, one of the 8 giants at the time, which produced Shirley Temple and had top directors such as Ernst Lubitsch. But in the 1960s, a movie with the highest investment in history, more than $40 million, was invested in Cleopatra, and the top actress at the time, Elizabeth Taylor, was paid a sky-high salary of $1 million. $40 million was put into the new millennium, and it is estimated that more than $400 million investment would be made. Then, as we all know, Cleopatra became an example of the amount of loss in film history that can never be avoided. It almost bankrupted Fox, which was at its peak at the time. All the studios under its control were sold to pay off debts. After finally surviving, it had already lost blood. In 1981, it was bought by oil merchant Ruth Davis. Later, Daryl Zanuck, the soul of Fox, withdrew from the stage, but still deeply branded the film company with a distinct mark, that is, risking his life to shoot a huge movie. The subsequent leaders did almost the same. After the shaky 1960s and 1970s, Australian media magnate Rupert Murdoch took over Fox and supported George Lucas to make the first Star Wars. Later, Cameron's Titanic and X-Men, Fantastic Four, Home Alone, and other hit movies brought the giant back to life. But Murdoch's News Corporation brought more than that. The biggest change should be the Fox TV network, which cost billions to build, and Barry Diller, the head of Paramount at the time, was hired as CEO. Over the years, the development has been quite smooth. When Firefly mentioned the idea of inviting cooperation on a TV project, Fox also attached great importance to it. After all, the achievements of Prison Break and The Walking Dead are there. Who doesn't have some ideas? In the past, Fox had invited projects to cooperate, but Firefly never agreed. Now the mind is not so light, and everything came so suddenly, which made the executives of Fox TV network feel that this April was particularly comfortable. It can only be said that Lyman just happened to encounter the suppression of Warner and Paramount, and he was resentful. He wanted to put more eggs in several baskets, and it would be best to build good relations with all powerful studios. In this way, who would interfere with the rise of Firefly? It is said that no matter how good the relationship is, it is not as good as deepening the interests. If betrayal is related to the profit, that cannot be underestimated. How many people will be cruel enough? Here, after Warner learned the details, Firefly did not hide it, but it was dumb and could not say anything. Obviously, the original intention was just to warn. How did it develop into this result? But with the character of that bastard, it seems that he can do such a thing. At the beginning, when the cooperation with Paramount broke down, didn't he switch to Warner? Now it's just that Warner has been replaced by 20th Century Fox, and the big six remain unchanged. Anyway, we can't let anyone clamp down on the future development of Firefly. Lemon thought so in his heart. General Manager, what do you think Firefly means? A group of Fox TV executives gathered in the conference room, all with puzzled expressions. In order to compete for the overseas distribution rights of Prada, Fox was very careful and even made a small concession. Although it gained something in the end, it was still painful to think about the conditions offered, which was to take net profit. Generally speaking, the minimum threshold for taking the total box office overseas is 17%. With the performance of Prada, that is $31.96 million US. But in the end, they only took $29.2 million in overseas distribution commission. Unexpectedly, Firefly, which always likes to take advantage, would send a cooperation invitation a few days later. At first glance, this is simply not in line with their usual style. But once they calmed down and thought about it carefully, these smart people understood more or less whether it was to show goodwill or to win over. They had to resist the pressure from Warner. This was not only an invitation, but also a split within the Big Six. Of course, this was Lemon's little thought, but it didn't matter to Fox. Even without Firefly, Fox and Warner Brothers would not have had no grudges. The studios have done what they have done, and they have been competing, snatching, and smearing each other for the popular schedules, and they have done a lot of things, both directly and privately. On weekdays, they have also done a lot of things like watching the fire from the other side of the river, and laughing at the jokes. For Fox, knowing that this project can make money is enough to make them excited. But after being attracted, what makes them headache is that Lemon has never said anything about how much he will invest, the proportion of profits, or even what the project is like. Just sending such an intention has made Warner Brothers, Paramount and other companies know about it. Isn't this a clear move to attract Fox's attention? Logically speaking, everyone is just cooperating, and there is no obligation to take on anything else. Please help me make an appointment with Lemon. I'll go meet him. Bill McNichol, president of production, felt amused by this little trick. The weak are always used to playing tricks. Chapter 618 Perelman's Motivation. Please subscribe and vote. Rodriguez Perelman went as far as Maine for copyright related matters. Unfortunately, the entertainment culture there is not very strong, and even the attendance rate of movie theaters is not high. Of course, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is meat. If you can explore the market of a place and have a clear idea of it, you have basically completed the mission of this trip. Thinking that he has been running around with his team since he joined the company, he feels that he deserves this job. Rodriguez secretly collected data and researched along Blockbuster's distribution network and went to the field to investigate. He was busy for 2 or 3 months, and then he returned all the way west. Along the way, he communicated and summarized with his staff who were dispersed, and the North American distribution network stationed by Blue Butterfly Pictures. When he returned to Los Angeles, he had a general understanding of the offline market, and even exceeded the workload. After all, Lyman's original idea was to understand the two businesses of DVD sales and paper demand, which are easy to be manipulated, which would be very good. Of course, Lyman's employees can have such subjective initiative, and he naturally encourages them. When the form was submitted, Lyman took it to negotiate with Blockbuster and other offline merchants, and Lyman immediately let Rodriguez serve as the general manager of offline copyright promotion. Now is the time to hire people, and Lyman is not stingy with rewards for those who can do their job well. Not only the power, but also the annual salary has basically doubled, and he is asked to continue to recruit people to expand the team, and continue to refine the research team. Rodriguez could have taken a few days off, because Lyman approved him a leave to relax, but he was a person who couldn't sit still, so he just followed Blue Butterfly Pictures, and watched them do things. You know, Blue Butterfly Pictures has the most employees under Lyman. In terms of distribution, there are more than 150 people responsible for the affairs of various states, just to contact theaters in various places, and lay hard ads. And because the company has good performance and good treatment, the employees are very motivated to do things, and basically there will be no problems with the company's projects in terms of publicity and distribution. In comparison, distribution can be regarded as an industry based on teamwork, which requires a lot of cooperation. Looking at the world, if you want so many theaters to cooperate and not have any problems, it will test the coordination ability of the distribution company. Rodriguez thought to himself. Lyman had just walked into the door of the private club, and Bill McNichol's accompanying assistant had been waiting by the side. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Mr. Last, please follow me." Lyman followed behind this person, thinking about how to better negotiate cooperation. Because he no longer wanted to be enemies with any movie giant, especially Fox, which was backed by News Corporation. You know, if you want to destroy a public figure, you must start with public opinion. People like Michael Jackson who have a lot of wealth, and Harvey Weinstein, who is old enough and has a Jewish background, have fallen into the ditch because of scandals. Public opinion not only kills people, but also kills their hearts, and can make people speechless. The unfounded child molestation case has not been concluded until now. It is not the first time that Harvey has raped a woman in a sexual assault scandal, and many actresses even took the initiative, but what can they do? In fact, in legitimate business competition, everyone is very restrained from using the powerful weapon of inciting public opinion. Even if there are many gossips that are exposed at ordinary times, they are also very restrained about the celebrities who are in trouble. No one said that they would casually destroy a person with newspaper comments. This is also why Lyman did not collect Weinstein's forced women and then bring him down. If you do this, everyone in the circle will alienate you and step on you. It can only be said that many things in this world have their own rules. Otherwise, if you can do it on the first day, don't blame others for doing it on the 15th. Suddenly from competition to life and death, it is really difficult to save a life. As for whose life it is, who knows? Lyman only knows that whoever wants to weigh Firefly should first see if he can bear the loss. That is enough to hurt his bones. Not to mention suppressing Miramax. Isn't it simple? Remove Miramax from the Oscar chessboard, and Harvey will naturally lose power. Moreover, the two are not people of the same level. Who would take the way of exchanging lives for a weak person? Brain palsy. Similarly, Warner stopped suppressing, also because it didn't want to cross the line and turn it into a life and death struggle, harming others and not benefiting oneself, either a madman or a fool. And a fool can't gain a foothold in Hollywood. Mr. Last, please wait a moment. Barry Dilla's assistant took Lemon to a box and knocked on the door first. Wait until someone responded before opening the door and entering. Inside, there was a faint smell of incense burning, and a small coffee table was placed between several sofas. If you smell it carefully, there is still a smell of cigarettes. There are already several cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray in front of Bill McNichol. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Just a few minutes. I came early. After Bill McNichol waited for Lemon's coffee to be served, he said, Firefly has made another good movie. Prada is doing really well. Lemon said modestly, it has little to do with me. As long as director David shoots it well, I'm just responsible for paying for it. Haha, even if you pay, you have to make the right choice. It's not easy to pay this money. Bill McNichol laughed. Mr. Last has been doing very well in the film industry in Hollywood for 4 years. People can't help but admire him. It's just luck. Perhaps, for those who work seriously on a project, the results will not be too bad. Mr. McNichol, several Fox movies were in the top 20 of the list last year. This is what I admire very much, especially the release of Star Wars 3, which broke all the screening records along the way. The two of them praised each other commercially and talked about a lot of random things. Bill McNichol then turned to talk about the TV series project. In today's television field, the three major television networks, ABC, NBC and CBS, initially dominated the North American wireless television market. Later, Fox invested heavily, and the management was also very capable. It developed its own television network business against the three major networks. It must be said that it was also very powerful. Speaking of business, Lemon got straight to the point. Firefly produces, Fox broadcasts, and the funds for buying out the pilot rights follow the rules. But I want Fox to give a reasonable price to influence the advertising revenue in the subsequent schedule. Oh, what kind of reasonable price do you want? Bill McNichol emphasized the word reasonable, as if he thought Lemon would ask for a high price. But in fact, he thought too much. If you treat film and television projects as a business, the money earned in the market must be inseparable from the platform and the production party. The importance of the platform is definitely not bad, and the establishment of the platform even requires more money and energy investment, accounting for a larger proportion. Lemon never thought of replacing the status of the platform with production, and Fox did not survive only by relying on the TV series produced by Firefly. This time we won't talk about buyouts, but about tiered profit sharing. What's the tiered method? Bill McNichol asked with a smile. When the ratings exceed 2.5, the copyright fee for each episode after the pilot will increase by 0.5% on the basis of the production cost, and 10% of the advertising revenue. When the average exceeds 3, the broadcast fee will be increased by 0.5, and the advertising profit sharing will increase by 0.3. After breaking 6, Firefly will take 40% of all the advertising revenue generated by the series, and this will not change, no matter how high the ratings are. How about it? Good vision, bold enough. Bill McNichol praised. There are only two aspects of this agreement that need to be paid attention to. One is that the upper limit is raised. After breaking 6, Firefly's profit share is close to 40% of its revenue. The other is that the lower limit is lowered. If it is not a high ratings, the profit obtained by Firefly is a little worse than that of ordinary TV stations when purchasing drama contracts. For example, for high quality dramas, the profit sharing between the producer and the TV station is likely to be close to 2:8. After breaking 3, the ratings are also increasing as the producer's share of the revenue continues to increase, but it is rare to get 4. Lemon wanted the highest profit sharing standard. Of course, the premise is that the TV series can really hit the ratings. From this point of view, broadcasting a hit TV series can effectively attract viewers and convert it into audience retention rate in the same period, and the TV station will not suffer any loss. Therefore, Bill McNichol said that Lemon was very courageous. He did not ask for a price that would make people unwilling, nor did he take advantage of the TV station. Instead, He was clearly betting confidently on the future prospects of the TV series. Chapter 619 Project TV Series, Subscriptions, Tickets. Gambling has always been a common practice in the film and television industry. For example, guaranteed distribution, theater quotas, the uniqueness of the opening screen and the minimum period of time in the future, determined at the beginning. For example, why can some blockbusters continue to be released even if they fail? There is interest protection in this regard, and the performance contracts signed with big actors to reduce the film remuneration and get the box office share are also a kind of gambling. However, many gambling agreements have become rules, just like the production sharing, that fluctuates according to the ratings. In fact, a set of rules have been formed. How much is given when it breaks 3, how much is shared when it breaks 4, and everyone actually has such a standard in mind. And what Lyman proposed was not excessive, because it was a bet on the prospects of the project. But who can say for sure about the market prospects? Bill McNichol could not find a reason not to agree. As long as the ratings did not exceed 6, Fox would always have the advantage under the same conditions, and even if the average ratings exceeded 6, it would not lose much, but Firefly would share more of the project revenue. Lyman chatted with Bill McNichol for a few words, and then asked seriously, "So, will we cooperate according to this standard?" "Of course." Bill McNichol took a sip of coffee, put down the cup and said, "Fox can choose not to participate in the production of the project, but the best choice of partner for the subsequent broadcasting rights will always be Fox. Only limited to this TV series." "What else?" Bill McNichol smiled. "It seems that I didn't think much." Lyman also smiled. "Now that the conversation has been opened, the atmosphere will be much more harmonious. As for the trivial matter of blocking the fire, it is not worth mentioning at all." After chatting for about 10 minutes, Bill McNichol said that he had something to do in the company and left. Lyman also stood up and saw him off politely. Back at the company, Lyman took the report sent from below and read it. He left a special person in the production department to sort out the production progress of each project, to avoid problems that he did not understand, and also supervise each project. Although Lyman rarely cares about how to shoot, he still attaches great importance to the general direction. According to the financial statements, Little Miss Sunshine has selected most of the actors and has entered the stage of setting up the scene, the last step before filming. Since the budget of the film itself is not much, after all, it is a small budget. The actors selected are basically the same as the original Time and Space. They are all composed of director Jonathan Dayton and his wife Valerie Faris, based on their friendship during the filming of the music video and some familiar young actors they have dealt with. Perhaps the biggest star in the whole film may be Alan Arkin, who plays the humorous role of the grandfather. This old actor has performed very well in many box office movies such as Edward Scissorhands and Eris. After reading the script, this old actor still performed for free because of personal relationships, saving the heaviest actor expenditure. As for Greg Kinnear, who played the role of the father, this powerful actor who played a gay painter in As Good as It Gets and acted on the same stage with Jack Nicholson, Mike in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Jack the Writer in The Shining, and the Joker in the old version of Batman, also had few opportunities to participate in works due to the rising traffic theory in Hollywood, so he joined the crew at a bargain price of $30,000. The rest, such as Steve Carell and Toni Collette, live at the bottom of Hollywood and joined the crew at $10,000 and $8,000 respectively. The only trouble is the heroine Olive, who needs a very young girl, no more than 10 years old. For this reason, the crew auditioned more than 300 little girls from major agencies before choosing Abigail Breslin. This little girl is not pretty, nor is she as delicate as Idol's most child stars, but she is pleasing to the eye, with a big face and 2 small dimples when she smiles. Cute and naive, this is the Olive that Little Miss Sunshine needs, because she is energetic and sunny. Moreover, Abigail has experience in acting in movies, and is not stage frightened, which is also very important. Otherwise, she will not be natural when she sees the camera, and she will definitely not be able to be an actor. Finally, after signing the performance contract with her parents, Abigail's salary is only $25,000. In other words, the entire actor part of Little Miss Sunshine will not exceed $100,000. plus various extras and crowd actors, it will not exceed $150,000. Compared with the production budget of more than $8 million, it is really compressed. But most independent films are actually like this. In order to save money, some works do not even find professional actors and directly mobilize relatives and friends to act for free. It is very likely that they have spent millions to tinker with a feature film, and the actor expenditure is less than 0.001 of the total. From the beginning, Mark Turto, as the producer of this project, had a detailed calculation. For interstate filming, board and lodging are the major expenses, and even the importance of equipment rental requires more financial investment than hiring big-name actors. They don't need to consider publicity, traffic and momentum to attract audiences, or even grades. They just need to bring this story to the big screen. Nothing else matters. Perhaps this is the difference between independent production and commercial production. This is also why independent production has repeatedly produced movies with good reputation and box office in recent years. Sometimes, thinking too much will ignore some of the essence. On the road to collectivization, globalization, and sequels, Hollywood will need popular movie stars to attract fans, will need to cater to the markets in other regions, give up more localized operations, and will need to consider various gains and losses, various risks, and various pros and cons. The more you think, the more you tend to be streamlined, as if the works produced from a workshop seem different, but the essence is the same. For commercial considerations in the box office market, this movie is bound to be mediocre and single. Of course, mediocrity is another way out for film production, but in addition to mediocrity, diversity is also what Lyman pursues. He hopes that his own studio can produce various types of movies, whether it is niche literature or profound preaching, even light like landscape films, cool like space science fiction, or even brain-burning suspense. Horror that is not for the faint of heart. Whether it loses money or makes money, he is willing to accept it. Firefly already has the confidence to make losses to produce those movies that are well received but not popular. Only when the works are diverse enough can the charm of the sound and picture art of film be better reflected. After reviewing the report, Lyman approved the second $20 million funds for the Sparta project. Someone knocked on the door, and then Blake walked in. "Boss, are you looking for me?" "Well, take a look at a script first." Lyman took out the prepared TV script from the drawer and handed it over. Blake found a seat and sat down, flipping through the script roughly, and asked with some doubt, "Will there be a market for such a subject?" It's no wonder that Blake questioned it. In fact, when Lyman first knew about the script, he also took its situation for granted. If the types of projects that are piled up and no one is optimistic about in the script library can be roughly divided into 3 directions. The first category is that the writing is too poor and it is not worth watching at all. The second category is that the subject matter is old-fashioned or too sharp, which makes people have concerns, resulting in no one making it. For example, Juno, which talks about underage pregnancy, involves underage people and sexual concepts, and people are still afraid that it will be boycotted by the audience or have bad reviews after it is filmed, and the investment will be damaged. The third category is that the investment is too high and ordinary people don't have the ability to shoot it. The more famous examples are The Lord of the Rings and The Chronicles of Narnia. The former was limited by special effects technology and was not considered successful until Peter Jackson took over. The latter's first box office performance was not outstanding, and the sequel was even worse after it was filmed, and it could not make back the investment by box office alone. In other words, the third category has very high requirements for directors in the technical era. For some scripts, you just can't restore the scenes, so no one invests in it. Because they know their own capabilities, it is obviously impossible for mature capital to force themselves to do something they are not sure of. And the script in Black's hand belongs to the second category of old-fashioned themes, and the writing style is not very good. Lyman can be said to have dug it out of the garbage dump. Because as early as 2005, Showtime, TNT, HBO and other TV stations gave up the idea of investing in it after taking a look at the script, and the comments they gave were surprisingly consistent. No audience would watch the story of middle-aged uncle selling drugs in New Mexico, and the protagonist is still a villain. Chapter 620 Breaking Bad. Subscribe, vote. Breaking bad is a slang term in the southern United States, which means that a person does not take the right path, but takes a narrow path. Breaking Bad is the name of the script in Black's hand. After filming, the translated title should be Breaking Bad. In terms of the story setting, it tells the story of a middle-aged man who has been law-abiding in the first half of his life and diligently teaches students as a chemistry teacher. However, after fainting, he was diagnosed with lung cancer. Faced with high medical expenses and the countdown to his death, he was afraid that he would not be able to take care of his family after his death. How would his wife and son with cerebral palsy live in the future? The man was very scared. After a long period of thinking, he decided to take the risk and use his chemical knowledge to make drugs to make huge profits. In fact, there are indeed many such story settings in Hollywood. In addition, the author of Breaking Bad is not very successful, the writing is poor, the protagonist is a villain template, and the age setting is too old. Everything makes people lose their mind to invest. Who would like an old man? Passers-by will not be fans. Take a look at Leo Bay's resume. He is 50 years old and teaches in a middle school. His wife got pregnant unexpectedly, he has no proper job, and he has a son with cerebral palsy due to polio. His salary is not enough to pay off his credit card every month. After teaching, he has to work part-time at a car wash to satisfy a vulgar boss who graduated from junior high school. He is ridiculed by students in the class who are not very obedient and have rich families. Even his closest family members prefer to surround his brother-in-law who is a drug enforcement police officer. Even his son with cerebral palsy also worships an outsider. You see, even people with cerebral palsy know who can achieve success and status in this society. Who would pay attention to a small person? This kind of protagonist setting that cannot be more unlucky and sad is no longer popular. What do audiences like now? They like the handsome, calm, and intelligent Michelle in Prison Break, the sharp-tongued but capable Greg House in House, and the heroic Jack in Lost. Who wants to watch the story of a middle-aged unlucky guy without good-looking stars, hot topics, political metaphors, and pornographic selling points? Where is the audience market? From the perspective of a producer, Blake couldn't figure it out. In his opinion, it would be better not to shoot such a work without knowing the future prospects. So, the script was thrown into the script library. Boss, do you really want to shoot such a subject? I think the risk is very high. Blake honestly expressed his impression after reading the script. At least, the protagonist cannot be so old if he takes the villain route. Lemon casually read through another report before saying, there may be a market, as long as you tell this story seriously. He couldn't tell Blake that this silly looking work would really explode with a great reputation, become a breath of fresh air in the TV drama industry, and be one of the few high-rated American dramas that didn't end badly. There was no need to talk about this matter before the result was verified. How many people would believe it? Blake seriously recalled the plot again, but still couldn't figure out where the selling point was. However, the big boss said he wanted to shoot it, and he also tactfully advised him not to question it anymore. What if it was really that his market vision was not good enough? In Lemon, Blake had broken many narrow views, just like he thought that New York trip was also very risky, but it turned out to be a big hit at the box office. If you want to shoot it seriously, what is the investment budget? Blake asked again. Only by setting the investment amount according to the project prospects can we know how and where to spend the funds. This is the instinctive reaction of producers like Blake. In Firefly, the only bad thing is that as a producer, he has no power to decide whether to invest in a project. It's a pity. The power to decide the life and death of a project is the prestige and glory that producers are most obsessed with. Blake doesn't know the specific scheduling of shooting, but he is still very sensitive to the various expenses of the project and can directly calculate the direction of future expenses according to the requirements. Although he believes that this ability can be experienced as long as he has been a producer for a period of time and is often in contact with shooting, the actors don't need to be very famous. Anyway, the show doesn't need a vase with good looks and traffic. It's enough to rely on the story, and it can't steal the show. Lemon replied. Then the cost is very small. I didn't find any big scenes in the script, and there is no need for frequent transitions. Blake said again, if the investment is small, do you have to quote the brands? I even think that the first season can be shot without spending a penny. Blake laughed. Lemon shook his head. Sponsorship is fine, but this drama doesn't have much publicity, so don't exaggerate its influence. For cooperation, it's best to be willing on both sides, and don't easily destroy a relationship that is not very close. Since the success of Prada, in addition to the box office, it has also won the favor of a number of high-end brands. He has also seen the generosity of the sponsors. After Prada, several luxury brands are willing to directly invest tens of millions in a partnership to make a movie of the same type, and they don't take any of the box office, all of which goes to Firefly. What a joke. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on public relations every year to deepen the brand influence. What do you think? A group of luxury brands that are not short of money said so. You know, the media industry is about spiritual services, and luxury goods are also the same effect. Otherwise, how can diamonds and a few pieces of cloth that are mined in quantities enough for everyone in the world be sold at sky-high prices? Isn't it just to satisfy people's spiritual needs? And can the spiritual world of the rich be the same as that of the poor? Those luxury goods that are considered to be worthless may not be expensive enough, not high-end enough, and not enough to set off their worth. Everyone has their own way of living. There is no need to belittle oneself. A person's life is always limited. Movies are the most fascinating art for the audience. This does not mean that, after watching a crime movie, someone will imitate crime. After watching a romance movie, someone will really yearn for love. And after watching a comedy, someone will really stop suffering. This just means that the advertising effect of movies is very strong, which is an objective law. For example, the Godfather trilogy almost made the cigar business explode. I read an article, but I have forgotten, that the sales of cigars were actually very low before. Later, when The Godfather was released, the concept of powerful men all smoke cigars was accepted by the audience, and then this industry exploded. Even if the cigarette tastes good, it is cheaper and more convenient, and it has retained enough market share. If this example is not profound enough, the screening of Prada has increased Prada's spring clothing by 227% compared with previous years. All the clothes worn by Andy in the film have exploded in sales. Even some classic models are no longer produced, and the price has been doubled, and it is not easy to buy. According to the data collected by Rodriguez Perelman, the reason why Prada was so grateful to Firefly and gave the crew members a red envelope of $5 million afterwards, and Anne Hathaway was willing to pay the high image agent fee every year, are all real money directly reflected in the account, plus the implicit blessing of the brand. In the past, the current example cannot explain anything. In the future, Transformers will directly double the sales of the Bumblebee Chevrolet model, which should also explain the great influence of a good film and television drama on the advertising field. In fact, Apple is the most successful in sponsorship and brand placement in the film industry. Starting from January 9, 2007, as long as their products are needed in film and television dramas, and they deal with any publicity department staff, they are likely to use their product mobile phones for free, or even pay a fee. This is why more than 90% of film and television dramas can be seen after 2007. Characters are holding Apple in their hands when making phone calls. What is pervasive publicity? From film and television dramas, from web pages, and from hard advertising wherever you look, it is likely to surround your life. This is what Apple is doing. To play with sponsorship to this extent is really amazing. Although Lemon also wants to recover the investment cost before the movie is shot like Tomb Raider, it is also true that Breaking Bad is not suitable for sponsorship by some brands. You can't expect Walt White to look poor at the beginning, wearing luxury goods and famous watches. That's unrealistic. A more detailed way of saying it is that it doesn't fit the character setting and will ruin the show. It is the lowest level of mistakes in film and television dramas. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 Sophia. Subscribe, vote. When Blake heard this, he had a clearer idea of the project. According to what Lyman said, and with the structure of the script itself, it is estimated that the cost of shooting a single episode will not exceed $450,000, which is a relatively low-cost drama. Moreover, although many luxury sponsorships are not used, suitable brands can still be found. Blake thought of the RV in the script and said casually, "We can discuss the placement plan with Ford for that car, which should bring in $1 or $2 million. Add another small sponsorships, and it should be feasible to recover half of the investment. Well, if it is appropriate, I don't mind giving some convenience, and close-up shots can also be given. You just need to take care of these. After all, it is a TV series, and occasionally wasting a few seconds of footage for advertising is also a small matter," Lyman affirmed. Then, Blake went to prepare for the sponsorship campaign for Breaking Bad and build a cooperative filming team. In this case, what is still missing is a director with good ability to carry out this filming work, and this aspect needs to be carefully screened. After all, several of Firefly's co-directors are either working on projects or have strong personal styles that are not suitable for slightly realistic themes, so they need to be found outside. But this is not a problem. Hollywood is not short of directors and has enough room for selection. Putting this matter aside, Lyman gathered the work in his hands a little, gave a simple suggestion, and stood up and walked out. In the editing room, No Country for Old Men has already determined the final version. The feature film is about 105 minutes long, which is slightly more compact than the original work of the same name. On the side, Ryan and Thomas joked about being physically and mentally exhausted and going on vacation. Lyman also found it funny. When these two guys get together, they feel like they have added a funny buff, and they are not as serious as usual. Thinking back to the content of the previous version, the overall feeling is very good, and Lyman himself is quite satisfied. It's good to shoot that kind of lawless temperament and style. As for the box office, who knows? Anyway, it will never be more popular than commercial movies, because this movie requires patience to watch, and it doesn't have that kind of excitement. And of course it won't be a money-making till at the box office. However, Lyman didn't go for the market at the beginning, he just wanted to make such a movie. After leaving the company, he drove home. On the way, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This year, Firefly has plans for 6 film projects and 1 TV series, just catching up with nearly half of the project output of large studios. There is a long way to go. Fortunately, he has made friends with so many capable directors, otherwise he alone would never have the energy and time to produce. Think about it, if the company was not in its heyday, so many scripts and producers would not be willing to cooperate. Small studios can hardly buy even the copyright, because if you are not famous, who would be willing to give you their own projects? Without distribution and strong production capabilities, everything is false. In the evening, Lyman returned to his mansion in Beverly Hills. From a distance, he saw a strange figure chatting with Eva in his living room. Lyman was puzzled. When he approached, the person turned around after hearing the noise. It turned out to be a tough-looking woman in her 30s. She was dressed in a masculine style, with jeans and a jacket and short hair. No wonder Lyman didn't notice her for a while. She stood up and greeted, "Director Lyman, do you remember the last time we met? It turned out to be you." Lyman recognized the person. It was Francis Ford Coppola's daughter Sofia Coppola. After some politeness, he sat down again. Sofia looked at the famous director in front of her with some curiosity. She had heard a lot about him from her cousin Cage and her father. The first thing was what he said when he invited Cage to shoot Fury. He said that he couldn't stop touching similar themes just because of the failure of a war theme. That would be denying himself. Later, Fury sold well, and Cage saved his career. The second thing was when he was shooting Bad Guys. At that time, Lyman was already a new director who won the Best Foreign Language Award and had achieved certain results, but he was not too outstanding in Hollywood. Later, Bad Guys raked in more than $400 million worldwide, accumulating the most outstanding qualifications for commercial hits. The third thing was shooting $1 Million Baby. At that time, Lyman had become the most popular director in Hollywood with his many successes, and also became the owner of a film and television company, but he was still willing to make some meaningful movies. Later, after the film won the Palme d'Or, it was nominated for the Best Director Oscar, but the Best Picture failed one after another. My father said that it was because the organizing committee deliberately ignored it. If it was replaced by a director with connections, maybe he would get it, or at least, he would get one. But he didn't get it. Now when she sees Lyman again, Sophia only feels that he seems more imposing than the last time they met at home. Perhaps it is because he is no longer playing the role of a junior. She feels that it is very different from the last time they met. This temperament is hard to explain. Maybe this is the so-called temperament of a successful person. Sophia thought to herself. The words on her lips are a little difficult to say. According to the tacit agreement between Lyman and Francis, he actually liked Sophia. She was good looking and had personality, and a pleasing woman would always get more attention from men, although Lyman treated her as a junior. After talking and laughing for a while, the relationship gradually became harmonious. After all, the two were quite familiar with each other. Whether it was Cage or Francis Coppola, they were quite close friends, so it was not awkward. He led her to chat, but he didn't find out the business after asking around. Visiting at this time, there must be something. Seeing this, Eva on the side took the opportunity to whisper in Lyman's ear while serving coffee. She came here for the filming, and she had been here for more than an hour before you came back. Sophia knew that Eva was helping her, and she was really grateful. Somehow, she was full of confidence before coming, but when she really met someone, she didn't know how to mention it. After hearing this, Lyman felt calm. He agreed with Francis Ford Coppola that he would help Coppola's juniors to develop in the film and television industry to a certain extent, and the key person was to help Sophia. Sophia is a director. She originally wanted to be an actress, but the Golden Plum Award broke her heart and left a shadow on her acting. After all, she was badly criticized during that period and was scolded by newspapers all the time. Since it is a film project, Lyman said seriously, do you have some arrangements for the script, shooting budget and production plan? Sophia nodded and took out the prepared script from the bag beside her. Having a big director as her father and helping her wholeheartedly, Sophia's path as a director is still very smooth. In 1999, her debut film Broken Wings won the Hollywood Young Director Award, similar to the Actor Rookie Award, and the film was also selected as one of the top 10 best films of 2000 commented by the French authoritative magazine Cahiers du Cinéma. In 2003, the second Lost in Translation was nominated for Best Director, Best Picture and many other awards, and won the Best Original Screenplay, making her the first American female director nominated for Best Director. The scenery is endless. Logically speaking, a famous female director like her is not short of investment. Whether it is the influence of the Coppola family or her personal success, there will be people rushing to give money to make movies. In fact, it is true. After she got the script, many production studios explicitly stated that they could invest in it, distribute it, and provide one-stop service. But isn't it her father Francis who is very optimistic about the future development of Firefly, especially the film concept of Lyman? After meeting and talking, he wanted to owe a personal favor with his daughter's project. There is a give and take, and the interests are entangled, which is in line with the verbal agreement between the two parties to become actual cooperation. So, Sophia, who had just straightened out the script, ran to Beverly Hills at the instigation of her father. So, Sophia, who has exploded the movie market with Lost in Translation, is not short of people giving money, but lacks a candidate who can continuously and long-term protect the family's interests. And this candidate is initially identified as Lyman. The subscription has dropped badly, and there were not many people subscribing to begin with. Is there a problem? You can give suggestions. Chapter 622. The Peerless Queen. Please subscribe and vote. I'm hungry. Let's have dinner together, Sophia. After Lyman finished speaking, Eva screamed. She had forgotten about this matter a little while ago, and if there were outsiders, she had to show off her cooking skills. Then she ran into the kitchen and asked the chef to make another serving of food. Because Eva only knew how to make salad, toast with jam, or fried egg sandwiches, Apart from that, she needed a lot of time to learn her cooking skills. Taking this opportunity, Lyman asked Sophia, "How did you choose such a subject?" "Sorry, I'm just curious. I have watched Lost in Translation several times. You must like telling stories with strong personal feelings and emotions. You like to create a sense of loneliness and want to vent this loneliness. So I don't think the story of Princess Mary will be very suitable." Sophia noticed Lyman's gaze and thought about it for a while, as if chatting with a very familiar friend, with a calm tone. "Last June, I read 2 biographical novels. One is Antonia Fraser's Marie Antoinette, The Journey, and the other is Stephen Zweig's The Queen of Death, The Double Tragedy of Revolution and Marriage. After reading them, I suddenly had a strong desire to understand Queen Mary, the last witness of the Bourbon dynasty in the 18th century. Later, I read a lot of information, which prompted me to make a biographical film about her, the woman who lived an extremely luxurious life in Versailles, but always lacked a sense of security," Sophia said, and Lyman listened carefully. He actually really understood Sophia's directing style, and he had indeed watched Lost in Translation several times. As a female director, Sophia's films always reveal very delicate emotions, inexplicable loneliness and confusion. The film is not based on a rigorous plot, but more like a feminine chatter full of personal emotions. Therefore, Sophia is not a director who will express the theme through the story, but will express the purpose of the narrative through the emotional catharsis of the characters in a prescribed situation. With a small amount of dialogue and a large number of close-up scenes without dialogue, Sophia is like a bystander who thinks about the emotions of the characters. She also doesn't like to shoot with too much modified audiovisual language. On the contrary, Nolan's films always give people complex and full audiovisual effects. Perhaps it was her failed experience as an actor that laid the foundation for her unique film style. Sophia's works always have a faint reflection and hesitation, so Lyman felt that this subject matter was not suitable for her. Biographical novels need to be recorded and restored too much, and that kind of reality is destined to prevent the film from injecting too strong a personal style. After all, Queen Mary was a real person, not a fictional character. Moreover, the background of the script is the eve of the French Revolution, and Lyman did not think that Sophia could handle the heavy sense of history. Just as Spielberg said, after filming Schindler's List, he needed 10 years to make himself able to handle such a subject matter. The project was conceived in 1983, but it was not put on the big screen until 1993. At the beginning, Spielberg wanted to find Roman Polanski and Sidney Pollack to direct, but they were delayed for various reasons. This is a type of subject matter that requires life experience, and Lyman has never dared to touch it. If you don't live long enough and don't see many things clearly, you will easily become paranoid and accidentally become a work like Nanjing that is neither fish nor fowl. Therefore, there is indeed a reason why this Marie Antoinette is not well known and even became a very average film among the works directed by Sophia. Whether it is from the perspective of style or other aspects, there are too many shortcomings. Perhaps she will see further if she waits until she is 50 to touch such a subject. The more they talk, the more they like it. Sophia actually wanted to shoot such a subject on a whim. After the script was created, it was picked up by Kirsten Dunst. There is a reason why this actress quickly left the public eye without the Spider-Man trilogy. But after chatting with Lyman for a while, I also found that I might not be ready to really tell some of the things that happened to Queen Mary, a legendary woman. After the enthusiasm, there was no motivation at all. Sophia forgot the purpose of her visit today and just thought it was good to gain a friend who could understand her. After dinner, it was late, and Sophia was about to leave. Lyman suddenly said, "With your current experience, you definitely can't take over the script of Marie Antoinette. Haha, it feels good to lecture people with righteousness. No wonder she was always lectured in her previous life." That's what she said, but in fact Sophia has a good mentality. If she doesn't want to shoot, then don't shoot. Anyway, she has retreated in her heart. But if there is no cooperation, the relationship with the Coppola family cannot be deepened. The investment must be helped, but it cannot be Marie Antoinette. With an investment of 40 million, it is estimated that only a small part can be recovered. This movie is indeed not well made, and it is a terrible flop. Although Lyman does not mind losing some money for literary works, at least he can gain a good reputation. Marie Antoinette was made, and it was fine if it was not recognized by the audience, and it did not gain much reputation in the industry. Therefore, Lyman wanted to find a suitable script for Sophia to direct, which was also an explanation to the Coppola family. Otherwise, if they trust you and come to you, but you can't help at all, it will give people the feeling that you don't value the goodwill released by Coppola, and it will be bad if people misunderstand you. Sophia looked up and asked curiously, "How do you know I'm willing?" "I guessed. I think you should like it." "Maybe wait until you read the script before deciding." Lyman frowned and pretended to be embarrassed. Haha. Sophia was amused and felt that Lyman was serious and humorous. "Okay, wait till I finish reading the script. I'm going back now." After Sophia left, Lyman took a shower and was about to make out with Eva. She had just finished filming Casino Royale the day before and could leave the crew. Just as they were preparing for foreplay and some pink atmosphere, someone suddenly interrupted them. The phone rang. Lyman was a little depressed. Amid Eva's snorting laughter, he took the phone in a strange voice and said, "It's so late. Can't you talk to me during the day?" The person on the other end of the phone was Luc Besson, who jokingly explained that he forgot the time difference. Now, their identities are close, and Luc Besson is no longer so serious in giving instructions. After some joking, they got down to business. He said, "I'd like to invite you to be a judge at this year's Cannes Film Festival on behalf of the organizing committee." Lyman became more depressed. "I plan to participate in the main competition this year. I'd better not do it. I'll be scolded. I don't want to be questioned for nothing. Damn, I won't do such an offensive thing." No matter how the awards are judged, there will definitely be people who are dissatisfied. Just look at how many jokes or audiences and media have been spurned by the awards every year. As long as the selection is done by people, there will be many other off-site factors. After all, people are animals living in a social environment. How can it be completely fair? It's admirable that he can be less crooked. Moreover, he also planned to let Alejandro's Babel and his own No Country for Old Men participate in the selection to improve his qualifications, fame, and reputation. If he doesn't want to be questioned, he should keep a low profile. Lyman's refusal made Luc Besson depressed again. Some seniors asked him for help, so why can't he just perfunctorily pass it over? Luc Besson persuaded him. "The Cannes Film Festival is the glory of all of us French filmmakers. You are now an international flag for French directors. How can you not help your own film festival to increase its reputation?" After much persuasion, Eva came over and listened to some of the content and said excitedly, "This is a matter of great face. Not only will it be glorious, but it will also benefit you. Don't you agree?" Lyman pushed Eva away. "You only see the benefits. How can you not see the disadvantages? If it was so easy to be a judge, would the Cannes Film Festival change its lineup every year and still invite you so hard? This is clearly a bad guy." Lyman added, "I have a lot of things to deal with here, so I can't spare the time. It's really inconvenient." Luc Besson continued to tempt. "Do you know how many works are participating this year? That brings together a group of film veterans and new directors. When the time comes, many filmmakers from various countries will come to show their support. Aren't you going to take some of the film sources to North America for release? Why don't you come and see and select for yourself? You also run a distribution company. Don't you want to take this opportunity to make some friends? I wonder how many people will be willing to accept your favor as a judge." Chapter 623 Cannes Jury. Subscribe, vote. This sounds nice, but are there more people who are grateful or dissatisfied? Are there more people who won the award or those who didn't? It's good enough that he wasn't scolded by others. Lyman said unhappily. Directors look down on each other. Who is willing to obey only one person? If I were the only judge, I would accept it, but with so many people voting together, I don't think I can convince others to support the movie I like. Since it's impossible, why waste time? And my own movie also needs such an opportunity. No. On the other end of the phone, Luc Besson felt helpless. He promised to invite Lyman to the stage at the request of several senior predecessors in the organizing committee. Not only directors need fame, but film festivals also need famous directors to support them. Otherwise, no regional niche film festival would be so eager to invite international directors to attend the appearance meeting, even if they paid a high price. Why? Just for the reputation of those directors. Going there will definitely make the film festival proud and gild. Just think about it. If there is no famous filmmaker willing to participate in a film festival, who will recognize the authority and fairness of the selection? Those who cannot be recognized are just self-satisfied. Lyman is now considered an authority in the film field. To put it in a more vivid way, he is like the public intellectuals who used to be very impressive and had a long list of titles. Looking at the titles, he is the winner of the Palme d'Or, the winner of the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film, and has made blockbuster movies with a global box office of over 700 million, not to mention that he has produced several Best Actor and Best Actress. Isn't he considered a public intellectual in the film industry? If not, the threshold for being a public intellectual in the film industry is really high, obviously impossible. Luc Besson thought about it and then gave a compromise plan. Anyway, the first task is to invite people to be judges. He just wanted Lyman to serve as the jury of the non-competitive unit. He would not refuse. Well, the Cannes Film Festival is divided into the main competition unit and the non-competitive unit. The latter includes the Director's Fortnight, the short film competition, the Film Foundation, etc., all of which are mainly for promoting newcomers. It is not too formal, so Lyman does not need to show up and attract attention. After getting entangled to this point, what else could Lyman say? He had to agree, but he also knew that he didn't have that much time to be responsible for the preliminary selection work, and he also made it clear that he wouldn't have much time to spend on it. Luc Besson agreed. After this matter was settled, Lyman inexplicably felt a little bit of anticipation. In his opinion, it was indeed as Eva said, that it would be very face-saving, with a sense of satisfaction and vanity. Lyman did not think that his ability was not enough to be elected as a judge. As a person with a dual soul and deeply engraved with the memory of the original owner, although Lyman sometimes looked down on many French literary and artistic films with a cynical heart, he was actually inevitably infected by mainstream values and still hoped that French films could become better. Otherwise, why would he spend so much energy to shoot more profound movies? On the one hand, this is actually a means of fame, which can improve the director's qualifications. On the other hand, it is not to satisfy his own filmmaker's purer production concept. Deep down, he wants to support this type of subject matter and prevent literary and artistic thinking from completely disappearing from his company, so that everyone can play business together. No matter how you question the Cannes Film Festival, it is the first-class international film festival and the pride of French films. You know, the higher the status, the farther you can see. So his hesitation was because he was worried about being scolded and conflicting with his own interests. If he really became a judge of the organizer, would he have the nerve to give the award to the work of his own company? It's really shameless. People still have to cherish their own face when they are alive. And if it was changed to a less noticeable non-competitive unit, Lyman would be more acceptable. There is no need to say much about this. Anyway, Lyman's psychological journey is like this. After hanging up the phone, Lyman no longer had the nature to complete the great harmony of life, but instead put on a coat and ran to the study to write the outline of the script. The script he wanted to give Sophia was a love movie that took place in the future with a sci-fi color, but in essence it was an artistic love movie. To sum it up in one sentence, do you want a love tailor-made for you? Love can always make people interpret it in different ways. For some people, love is too heavy, so heavy that they cannot accept the change of their lives. They don't want to feel bound and oppressed because of commitments, and they don't want to worry about not being able to meet the requirements of their lovers. What they need is to always feel the beauty of love without burden. Is there such a love in the world? No need to compromise, no need to tolerate, no need to change fantasy shines into reality. In the future, there will be a girlfriend generated by an artificial intelligence operating system who will give the most spatial love in all aspects, and the story begins with such a human-machine love. In fact, there are quite a few similar movies depicting artificial intelligence. Robot Butler, I, Robot, Wall-E, RoboCop. For artificial intelligence, including directors, there are always many ideas born. some of which are becoming reality, and others have not yet. The script selected by Lyman is Her, a work written and directed by Spike Jonze in 2014, also known as Her and Cloud Lover. It tells the story of the protagonist Theodore, who is a writer. His most common thing is to write love letters for people who are not good at expressing emotions. His love words are touching, but he is just writing for others. His own life is still a mess. After divorcing his ex-wife, he is always lonely, depressed and lonely, which is consistent with the tone of Lost in Translation. Sophia is particularly good at this kind of delicate emotional expression. Even if they are all trivial shots and there is no touching plotline, the love movies she directed always feel very comfortable. Confusion and loneliness are the two major themes in her movies, and it happens that Her meets all of them. The subject matter is suitable, the investment is not high, and there will be no great risk of failure. It can gain both fame and fortune. Is there any work more suitable for Sophia than this? More importantly, Lyman can't make this movie. His style can't play this kind of delicate feminine fantasy love. But Sophia can. Lyman carefully described the background story and character settings of the script, and the rest of the details were supplemented by Sophia. He couldn't write that kind of flashy literary style. There was no conversation that night. The next day, Lyman took the script to find Sophia. It was not the man last time. Sophia rented an apartment outside. In the living room, Sophia and Lyman sat opposite each other, flipping through the script carefully. The more she read, the more satisfied she felt. As Lyman speculated about her, she really liked very delicate emotional expressions. The charm of Theodore and Samantha's relationship lies in the fact that no one knows the future. Their love is not like the general couple in love, who are inseparable. Although they are together day and night, they are separated by an untouchable network. But it is also because of this that Theodore does not have to bear real responsibilities, nor does he have to worry about the possibility of the future. What he fears is the conflicts between two people in real life due to various reasons. That kind of quarrel is what Theodore tries his best to avoid. But is this kind of love perfect? Too perfect but loses human touch. Samantha's love for Theodore is not love, but more like a person's accommodation to a pet around him. Because it is virtual artificial intelligence and an edited program, the disparity of species determines the basis for the breakdown of the relationship. There is no love without pain in this world. Everyone has their own shape. In order to love someone, you expose your shape to the other person and change your original shape more or less unconsciously for the other person. This process cannot be smooth, so there must be pain. But this pain will polish love to be more brilliant and more solid. Sophia likes this theme very much. She accepted the script and said to Lyman, "I need some time to continue polishing. When I finish the script, I will come to you again." Lyman has no objection. If Sophia doesn't understand the story thoroughly and doesn't fill it with her own thoughts, the movie may not be shot well. Anyway, the fat water does not flow to the outsiders. The Coppola family can become an ally of Firefly, and Sophia is not a director who is unlearned and can only flatter. Although her father helped her a lot, it's really not good and can't be helped. Lyman is still willing to pull. Here are the third updates. Seeing the author's hard work, let's do a triple combo. Subscription, recommendation ticket, monthly ticket, bang bang bang. I mean, I'll break the floor. Chapter 624, Give Ligon, subscribe, vote. After Lyman accepted Luc Besson's invitation yesterday, the organizing committee of the Cannes Film Festival was not very satisfied, but reluctantly accepted it. After Lyman, who was expected to be a judge in the main competition unit, refused to serve, a position was vacated, and for this reason, they had to contact the right filmmaker as soon as possible. Of course, this is a later story, so let's not talk about it for now. What should be explained in detail is the reason why the organizing committee is so eager. First, the greater the reputation of Lyman, the more topics the film festival can attract in tourists. Second, the French local people are chasing him. After all, Lyman is a director who went out of France to make a name for himself, and they have a strong sense of identity for him. Nowadays, as long as his movies are released in France, there is no bad performance. This market appeal is undoubtedly the most powerful in front of a group of great directors, compared with a single region in France. Inviting him to stand on the stage is really what the people want. On the other hand, the reception room of the Firefly building has become very lively again. The front desk lady is exhausted and keeps directing people to the right place to wait. All of this is because of the casting of Breaking Bad. Since the audition invitations were sent to major agencies, it is normal for such a situation to occur. There are too many actors in Hollywood. Not to mention that the TV series of Firefly is very successful and very attractive. Even if it doesn't happen, there are countless people vying for a chance to perform. Moreover, this is still under quite harsh conditions. They can agree to sign a long-term contract for actors, and the contract is for 5 seasons. The salary space is also very rigid. There is no such thing as a skyrocketing value after the series becomes popular. This is the most effective means for the studio to protect its interests. But even so, there are still many people coming. Although it can't be called a sea of people and visitors, there are always about 100. In several rooms that were vacated to serve as waiting rooms, there are a row of benches, and there is a water dispenser at the edge, which clearly shows that they are going to fight a long battle. Of course, there are no big names among the actors who come, and this situation is their daily audition. As for these people, they can actually be roughly divided into 2 age groups. One group was middle-aged actors over 30 years old, and they auditioned for roles such as Walt Disney's wife, the brother-in-law of a drug police officer, and a drug lord. The other group was younger actors, and the audition selection was definitely around Walt Disney's partner, Little Pink, his son with cerebral palsy, and Little Pink's girlfriend. The 2 age groups were placed separately, and there was actually some tension between them. A large number of people kept looking back and forth, estimating the probability of being selected. When a Firefly staff member said it was about to start, the scene became even more agitated. Perhaps, some people were still thinking about being able to meet the great director Lyman up close, and maybe they would be chosen, and not act in TV series but in movies. But when the first person stepped into the audition room with such an idea, and looked around the room, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, because Lyman was not there at all. Of course, how could Lyman waste time personally checking such a small role audition? He had more important things to do. Although Breaking Bad quickly entered the preparation stage, the director had not found a suitable candidate yet, so he must go for an interview. In the chairman's office, sitting on the sofa opposite Lyman, was a man in his 37s or 38s with not very thick hair. His name is Vince Gilligan, a working screenwriter. Fans who know how Breaking Bad went from a bad start to a phenomenally popular American TV series should know him. It is precisely because he controlled the entire plot behind the scenes that Breaking Bad was able to go from a project with old-fashioned themes, no selling points for characters, and was once not favored by many TV stations to a highly acclaimed series that won 16 Emmy Awards. In fact, the original author of Breaking Bad is not really outstanding in writing, and most of the credit for turning stones into gold belongs to the behind-the-scenes team like Vince Gilligan. And he has not yet become famous because of Breaking Bad. He is just a film and television practitioner who has just made his mark. Looking through his resume, there are not many highlights. His father is an insurance claim adjuster and his mother is a teacher. Logically, such a family does not seem to have much artistic atmosphere, but Gilligan has been obsessed with the screen since he was a child. In his youth, he shot short films with a group of like-minded partners. After graduating from college, he resolutely stepped into the film and television industry. After several years of hard work, he now has the qualifications to be a screenwriter for episodes of The X-Files and the experience of failure in the American TV series A Lone Gunman. Not very successful, nor a newcomer to the film and television industry. It is quite standard, just in terms of qualifications. In fact, when Vince Gilligan received the invitation, he was also very puzzled and quite uneasy. I won't go into details about the process of chatting, nonsense, and polite words. Anyway, when Lyman proposed to give Breaking Bad to him for production, Vince Gilligan was stunned for a few moments, and then reacted to seize this opportunity. After reading the script, I knew that Lyman's requirement was to make the show rigorous, with a beginning and an end, without digging holes, and not filling them up, and not dragging it out like the general American dramas that like to wrap their feet in the later stage and never finish. The more they talked, the clearer the direction of the shooting became. Vince Gilligan wanted to take the script home and study how to lay out the plot. He was even more excited to hear that he could also participate in the audition of the role and provide selection opinions. American drama directors and producers, except for those with achievements, rarely have a say in the project. They just shoot according to the determined episode scripts and have no right to ask whether the characters die or not. After the chat, Vince Gilligan spent a few days to determine the plot of the first 3 episodes and then handed it over to Lyman for review. When he came to the chairman's office again, Lyman motioned Vince to sit down. After flipping through the settings of the first 3 episodes of Vince's version, he couldn't help but sigh that this guy really has a way. After being happy, he was sure that he could really give this project to him to shoot with full authority. It's very well written, Lyman affirmed first, and then after closing the script, he said, Vince, what are your requirements for your salary? It would be great if I could be the director and screenwriter of this show. Vince Gilligan had no capital to make demands and said quickly, it all depends on how Lyman arranges it. Even if the salary is very low, can he give up this opportunity? Anyway, Vince believes that he can't give up. From now on, you are the producer, director and screenwriter of Breaking Bad. According to these 3 standards, the salary can be about $350,000. Screenwriters write 1 episode, like him, can get $5,000. Producers get a fixed plus bonus, and the director is a newcomer, only $80,000, plus you have a familiar team and the salary is calculated according to the American TV series Behind the Scenes. Vince Gilligan slid his Adam's apple, only to feel that wealth came so suddenly, he couldn't save money in his previous career as a screenwriter, especially living in Los Angeles with high spending standards. He is no longer considering whether the salary is low or not, but how to seize the project and shoot it well. Do you have any candidates to recommend? Lyman asked again. Pete Gold is also a very good screenwriter and can also serve as a stagehand. Vince Gilligan thought for a while and answered, well, this guy is a good friend of Vince Gilligan, similar to the relationship between Leigh Whannell and James Wan. This guy is involved in all the projects produced by Vince Gilligan. Well, you decide. I only have one requirement, that is, to shoot this TV series well, and when it is time for the pilot, it must be broadcast on Fox TV. Don't make any mistakes. Yes, Vince thought to himself, how dare I mess around? I value this project more than you do. After all, the failure of Breaking Bad is not a big deal for Firefly now. Anyway, the investment is not much, and the sponsor has also advanced a large sum of money, but for a director or crew member like Vince Gilligan, it is really a big blow. Not to mention that the opportunity was caught but not grasped. Even the evaluation of them in the circle after the failure would have a great impact. In fact, Vince already felt very much in his heart that he should be strict with the crew. Then you should start preparing for the filming as soon as possible. After giving this instruction, Vince left the office. Lyman leaned back in his chair and leisurely picked up the phone and said, please call Blake in for me. After a while, Blake, who was screening the actors for the lead role of Old White, came in with a list. Chapter 625 Old White Man's Choice. Subscribe, vote. The lively audition outside actually had nothing to do with the main character, Walter White. According to Lyman, Blake was responsible for the screening and Johnson was in charge of the negotiation. After the call was transferred from the front desk, Blake did not dare to neglect it. He checked the list of candidates again in his office to make sure there were no omissions before giving it to Lyman. There were not many candidates on this list because the scope was narrowed down quite a bit. First, the age should be suitable, and male actors over 45 years old are required. Second, rich acting experience. Third, the remuneration for participating in the film should not be too much. Combining these 3 conditions, the space for selection is naturally not too high. Who do you recommend? Lyman asked after taking the list. These people all look good and have a lot of acting experience. It would be a joke for male actors of this age to have no acting skills. Lyman opened it and looked through it carefully and soon found a familiar name. Bryan Cranston. Lyman pointed to his resume and said, this person's photo looks quite honest, go find him and try it. Blake did not dare to delay and turned around and left. The original version of Brian interpreted the role of Walter White very charmingly. Lyman never thought of replacing other actors. He is simple and honest, and his face is very friendly. After he turned evil, he gave people a stronger sense. On the other side, Blake received the order and immediately called Johnson. There is no faster and more convenient way to find actors than through an agency. Sure enough, Johnson casually moved the actor's file and found out Brian's contact information and his agent's phone number. After a reminder, Brian's agent came to him. Although the two belong to different agencies, their work types are still the same. Moreover, Brian's agent is not as powerful as Johnson's current clients, and his status in the industry has also risen rapidly. After meeting, he wanted to make friends with Johnson in a friendly manner, and his posture was very low, and he kept saying polite words. But business is important. After a few polite words, Johnson said, "Firefly is preparing to shoot a TV series. You should have heard about it. Now they are short of male lead, and they want to invite Bryan Cranston from your company to audition. Do you have time?" When the man heard this, he was so happy that he said after a while, "Can it be done?" He hasn't taken any roles recently, so he has plenty of time. He can go anytime. Which agency didn't get the news about the TV series that Firefly cooperated with Fox? What's more, although Firefly has only been involved in TV production for a short time, it has achieved great results. It would be good to play a supporting role. When I heard that it was the leading role, I was a little excited. That's good. You should arrange to go to Firefly as soon as possible. It's hard to say whether you can succeed in auditioning for the leading role now, but if you get in, you need to sign a long-term contract. You should explain this in advance. Johnson reminded. "I understand. I know." The man nodded and began to pester Johnson to reveal more details of the audition so that he could prepare early, such as what type of role it is, whether it is to read the script directly or perform a scene. In short, just ask around. Johnson himself was not sure, so how could he tell outsiders? Naturally, he acted as if the secret cannot be revealed, so the man gave up. But Bryan Cranston, who plays Walter White, is an actor who is doing well in Hollywood. Earlier, just after graduating from college, he often played minor roles in his spare time and dubbed animated shorts. Later, he also played supporting roles in the soap opera Love and the sitcom King of Queens. In fact, there is nothing much to say about this period. Anyway, he did not regard acting as his entire career, but only as a hobby. In the circle, he is considered an ordinary actor who is dispensable. In addition, he is not handsome enough, not strong enough, and his acting range is very narrow. Therefore, Brian is also a representative figure who has achieved great success late in life. When he was about 40 years old, he played the role of Hal, a stuffy father in the comedy Malcolm in the Middle, which brought Brian 3 Emmy nominations for Best Supporting Actor and won some attention from the audience. Although he is still not popular, he has achieved some impressive results. From an actor's perspective, if nothing unexpected happens, it is unlikely that he will succeed in this life. Because he is old, he cannot get good roles. He either plays a role of a father or a grandfather, and basically plays supporting roles. This is also what all actors of this age will encounter. The acting path is narrower and the choices are fewer. Therefore, it has entered April this year, and Brian has been unemployed at home, and has not received any acting contracts. Every day he just walks around, reads books, watches movies, and thinks about other people's performances. Moreover, he has no worries about food and clothing. His hard work in his youth has brought him several properties and a certain amount of savings. Even if there is no filming, he will not starve to death. This is better than most young actors who are mixed at the bottom. However, it is still quite boring. The older you get, the less passion you have in life. This is why Brian has always chosen not to give up his acting career. After all, he still likes acting. Later, he received a call from his agent and learned that a TV series of the Lyman Company wanted him to audition. Brian has actually seen the movies directed by Lyman, and his favorite ones are Bad Guys and $1 Million Baby. Although he became famous through comedy, he doesn't like being a comedian. Instead, he likes more in-depth performances and roles. This is why he went to Broadway. to perform in stage plays after he became famous for Breaking Bad. Because he is not a professional actor, he is more eager for professional performances. He is somewhat envious of such a life, although he has never had the opportunity to really enter. It was not until the call from his agent that he began to have some expectations in his heart. He carefully took care of his image in the mirror and changed into a pair of leather shoes. When the agent drove to pick him up and told him to perform well and try to get the role, Brian was even more excited. What kind of role would it be? He thought. After entering the Firefly building and watching the agent inquire about the details with the front desk, but to no avail, Lemon officially met Brian in the office for the first time. The real person is actually not much different from the photo attached to the resume. He has hair, although his hairline is a little receding. He is very friendly when he smiles, giving people a very comfortable feeling. He is steady and doesn't like to talk much. Maybe there is nothing to talk about. He sat on the sofa with half of his buttocks, his back straight, his hands on his thighs, giving a very serious look. In fact, it was called an audition, but it was just a formality. The main reason was that Lemon wanted to meet him in person. When he saw him, he felt that he was quite suitable for the role of Walter White. Walter White is a very stable and down-to-earth ordinary middle-aged chemistry teacher. Before he went astray, he had always been a very honest image. Coincidentally, Brian's temperament is very suitable for an honest person. After listening to Brian's evaluation of the role of Walter White, at least Lemon did not think that starting Breaking Bad in advance would cause any problems with the role of Walter White, and as long as the role of Walter White was successfully portrayed, the others would not matter. After all, the other characters are just to set off and enrich Walter White's mental transformation, and he is the only real protagonist. Are you willing to sign a long-term contract? Only if you are bound to appear in the sequel, we can feel at ease to produce this TV series. The agent mentioned this to him, and if he was not willing, he would not appear here. What's more, this is the protagonist of the project. He had never played a leading role before, which made him feel anxious. Mr. Cranston, Lemon said to him, in my opinion, the character of Walter White has a lot of room for exploration and development. I have also seen some of your performances. It is quite natural. Although it is a long-term contract and a bit demanding to star in Breaking Bad, it will be a good opportunity if you want to go further in the future. I think you are more than just a comedian. Brian was very happy to hear Lemon's recognition of his acting skills. He is now only pursuing similar affirmation. Brian smiled and said, I'm willing to take this role. There is no problem signing a long-term contract. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.